1. Oh! And now the stream decided to not show the actual image. That's amazing! 10 out of 10 Streamlabs, you have done it again. What's it called? Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody! Oh, I just realized my audio's opening up. Now the stream decided to not show the actual...
Yeah.
There we go. 10 out of 10 Streamlabs. My stream seems to be working now properly. I don't know why it was that little technical hiccup, but we are live with Dark Souls Dirge of Drangleic. Everybody, welcome back to another one of our sessions. Well, things have been, we started a little bit later than usual because I needed to deal with Streamlabs being... Streamlabs, you'll notice there's a blank page, blank space where the subscription goal used to be because it glitched out and I couldn't figure out how to make it work again. So I will just do that off stream at some point. But, well, first of all, hello everybody for being here. And well, thank you for our wonderful players right now for all being present for what's about to happen. What's it called? Before we begin, quick shout out to Sound Phenomenon for providing most of the background music you're going to be hearing today. Quick shout out to all our subs that have been joining us this past few streams. You know, maybe we can reach 100 subs before the end of the next month. Who knows? Also, another big shout out to Mentelis for the fan art that we're still playing on screen at the moment. What's it called? I just can't get enough of this particular piece that was done literally like session 1, I think, of the party.
It was, in fact, session 1.
Yeah, so, you know, I am very glad and very happy that this was a thing that could happen. What's it called? But now we're back to our regularly scheduled program. If my reactive image would work, there we go. What's it called? So, I guess who wants to do the recap? Who to earn the inspiration that hasn't have one already?
I guess I'll do it because it's down to me and Rab then. Well, me
I've
and
already
Rab
done
and-
it.
Oh wait, no, it's me and Mariah who ain't done it yet.
Yeah, because so far the ones I can count off the top of my head from just because I remember is I've done it, Jericho's done it, and Nathan's done it. I don't know if Katya's done it.
I exist as well. I haven't done it.
Oh,
Yeah, so it's
my
you,
bad,
Mariah,
I'm
and
sorry.
Katya.
I
You,
feel
Mariah,
like
and Katya
you did
haven't
it.
done it. Half the party have done recaps for inspiration.
You'd think Valencia out of all people would do it, but unfortunately Valencia is being played by me.
Okay, I guess, you know what, I'll do it as Ace too. I'll do it as Ace to be funny. Alright. Well, last time, as we went down into the belly of the beast, we ran into some shenanigans, had to deal with, well, a whole, ancient, little tomb. We had encounters with the Rat King of us trespassing, with us being, surrounded by plague-ridden rats. We put quick work to him. However, a couple of us were a bit gung-ho in doing in these varmints. After going through and finding a few interesting magical items and neat spores that increase some elemental magics, ran into another fella by the name of Roy the Adventurer, who, for those who ain't brave, appeared to be naked. The people being able to see his apparently auspicious armor were Valencia and Ace with a bit of magical assistance. We managed to make a parlay with the Rat King, who led us by, and we convinced that it was all a big misunderstanding, and now we're making our way through to the lower levels of this here dungeon to face what might be the most gaudy undead creature within this lost deep pit. Or something like that.
Okay. That's, pretty accurate of a recap. Also, am I crackling a little bit, or...?
Yeah, a little bit.
Hmm. Whole bunch
It's sounding a little bit better. But
How about now?
yeah.
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Whole bunch of technical issues today, it seems. But hey, it is what it is. That is a good enough recap, I will say. So, go ahead and toss in that DM's inspiration on your sheet. I don't think anybody has cashed in their inspiration yet.
Nope, not yet.
Saving
So-
them for a rainy day.
What's DM inspiration again? What does that do again? I forgot.
Reroll.
Yeah, or you can get
basically,
advanced, or
you
like
can,
other
so yeah, you can use it two ways. I guess I'll explain it for those of the audience who may not know. I haven't checked how many people have it, but whatever. Point is that inspiration is, well, you can use it preemptively before you roll anything. Can be an attack roll, an ability check, saving throw. And if you choose to use it preemptively, you'll get advantage on the check regardless of circumstance. And if you use it after you roll, you basically just get to reroll your ability. So
or attack roll or whatever.
or attack roll or whatever. So yes, if that's the case, then well, with that a little bit of what's it called of recap, we'll pick up right where we left off as the party continues to traverse the Tomb of Saints. Well, the Grave of Saints.
What's it
rather,
called?
It's called. Go ahead.
As we're kind of like, walking down, descending the depths, Atlas is going to kind of like ask, what's it called? Lady Knight, Shield Bearer, I have questions. How were you able to ascertain that the Rat King was one that could be negotiated with? How were you sure that they would not backstab us the moment we turned our view away?
Well, simple. Just you negotiate first, but you always have your blade ready.
I am always in a defensive stance to make sure if they backstab, I can defend myself and the people I have with me. But yeah, first talk, and if they are unable to negotiate, we knock them out.
That is all well and good, but my question is, after talking, what is it in their speech that made you adamant that we should not engage in destruction of the plague?
The king. Drangleic has revoked their right to these underground passages, for they did not want it. By that
Do you
logic,
agree with this, Lady Knight?
That I do not.
you don't have to. You're not a king. So by that logic, it's the land of the Red King now. That he has followers, and he seems to have a decent moral. makes him...
That is
No.
what I am asking. What about him screams morality? Let me be clear. I am not arguing with the result or the decision. I am perfectly happy with it. It is out of pure curiosity. I am not built for
He
understanding this sort of thing.
he would be smart enough to know that having us as possible allies would be better than having us as enemies.
That is not what I am asking. I am asking about your assurance that he has some sort of moral.
He doesn't...
Compassion is always a risk. There's no telling if they were gonna let us go or not.
Rock would chime in mildly. It also might be the fact that that when Signis questions them, they seem to mention that they only ate those who actively caused trouble. They did not go out their way to kill everyone and everything.
Obviously Atlas can't narrow their eyes. They are a gigantic suit of metal. But they kind of like, you know, like, there's like a little like glower in like their visor, and they just kind of say,
The swarm propagates. Not by consuming food, but by multiplying and destroying everything that would destroy it. Therefore, this is not dissimilar, but this is not anything to do with the propagation. Therefore, I am happy to leave it as is, but
I am mildly concerned about the nature of very large, disease-infected rats running about, as that just screams a plague waiting to happen. But I am not going to go on a solo crusade of burning the Rat Kingdom down for the sake of making sure that no one gets sick.
as a doctor,
Ain't
should
you a
you
doctor?
not? As a doctor, should you not embark on said crusade? If there is a threat that threatens a significant populace, should we not burn it down?
Though they
But
are content to remain here, I am concerned about the potential risk, but if they've made it clear that they do not venture out of this place. So while there is concern, there is also the fact that they are not actively doing it now. I am not saying I will not do it in the future, but that's that's a future problem for potential future outcome.
Let
Right.
me ask you... Oh, sorry.
Right now, we are at peace, they are not causing any problems, and we are proceeding forward.
Let me ask you this. What makes the Red King in your eyes and his followers different than the people who are living above the land?
Who's
They
directing that
are
question?
rats.
Yes, but they still have wisdom and intelligence to communicate with you. At least the Red King has shown.
The intelligence and nature of their dealings have no matter to me. If I encountered an infection gone too wrong in above ground in a town that is too out of control to contain and cure, I would implement the exact same strategies. I have done it before.
With you, AR, because you asked why not take out if they seem to be a threat to the most of population. But Drangleic and Alken has their own wars where many died. Would that say that they both should be slaughtered so that you take care of that which don't kill? By that logic, shouldn't everything die?
I believe you are misinterpreting my tone of voice. I make no presumptions that anything should be burned down particularly. I am in a state of My default state is to assume that any threat to us must be eliminated. But I am perfectly content to follow the judgment of others. I am essentially incapable of telling apart good from evil.
But
only a threat from a non-threat.
let me ask in another way. At the moment, the Drangleic King does seek Valencia out. Therefore, he will bring harm to us if he would find us. This makes him, according to you, a threat. But you wouldn't take him out.
I've
Correct.
already had my trial.
Also,
You
I
were found
would.
guilty.
Well, anyway, you plotting about potential regicide aside, we are currently on the ground, proceeding to some ancient being. Let us focus on this task for now, and we can deal with the moral standing debate of to kill or not to kill at a later point.
I can multitask.
You know, that's a little bit of introspection, considering your stance of what was it? Don't assume everything from your planetary sphere it's the same in another. Kind of making an attempt of having a robot voice.
My first contact with creatures in this land were creatures that attempted to attack us. My second encounter was with creatures that attempted to attack us. My third encounter was with creatures that attempted to attack us. I believe my default of getting ready to assume everything is a threat until proven otherwise has been empirically proven.
Wouldn't we be your first and the old people at that hut be your third?
Indeed.
There are clear exceptions to the rule.
I
And
mean,
there are many more if you don't act with just violence.
That is what all of your job is. Aim me at the evil that we must exterminate.
That's fine. If you listen to me, I will lead you.
Anyway, Lady Valencia, I have one question for you. Right, so the Easternster, whenever we get time to rest, I have noticed that thine self has a slight limp on thine leg. Would I have thine permission to examine it later? I am not stating you have anything wrong, but I am stating I might be able to make you more effective at combat. He's like, because he knows Valencia has pride, so he's trying to work around that thing. I'm not saying, oh, there's something wrong about you. I'm saying, hey, I can make you better.
Make me better in what way? What are you hinting at?
You seem to occasionally be having the face crunching of indication of pain with thine leg. Depending on what is the issue with thine leg might be, I might be able to remove said face crunching of pain.
Oh, you
My
fool,
leg
you said
is
the word
complete-
issue.
My leg is completely fine.
I'm not saying that there is anything wrong with thine leg, but as a doctor, I
Exactly,
would
no
like
inspection is required then. Let us carry on. Let us carry on.
you sure it ain't from falling off Roland? I mean,
You heard the commander. Carry on.
I do not know what is with. I do not know what is with people and the denial of injuries, like it is some kind of mock of cowardice. Everything gets hurt, everything needs mending.
On that note,
That is the way of life.
on that note,
Exactly, if we find something in need of mending, we'll help them out.
on that note, things are about to get a lot worse. You guys, you've been traveling through what appears to be some form of like tunnel passageway. Seeing a lot of like already broken open tombs and sarcophagus on the side that they don't seem to have anything particularly interesting. In the present in their contents.
That kind of implies that there is something uninteresting in there.
Besides, like, unusually big bones. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, usually big. I don't know. I feel like AR is gonna grab those.
I mean,
AR,
Okay.
Is AR a loot goblin?
let me see. Do I have a Vista for this particular thing? I haven't been using my Vistas. Yes, I do. Here's one of them that you find that is dangling from the the ceiling.
I mean, well, no, those all look like well-proportioned bones.
Because there's
The
nothing
graphic is
to there's nothing to serve as a scale in the image, but it is supposed to be a particularly big skeleton.
It's a very big scale. Okay, well, AR is smart enough to not like take like a whole ass skeleton, but they will just like peer over it, like stare at it for a bit, and then just like move on.
If AR the type of
Not
person,
smash the skull this time.
if AR the type of person to
Signis.
play, if AR the type of person to play an MMO game and collect all of the items and use none of them, but they have to keep them in their inventory.
What's it called?
Signis is,
They are not collecting for like this could be useful later. They are collecting. They are essentially like walking along like a park and picking up cool sticks.
Signis is
Oh, go ahead, Nathan.
Cygnus is just gonna say, please kindly, if you are considering it, please do not disturb the dead. And I know from my own city's history that disturbing things underground does not tend to end well.
I do not think.
For them.
I do not think we are. I think we are well past the point of disturbing the dead. He says that mental flashback to every single tomb AR's already looted.
Smash the skulls from.
Cygnus just looks at she.
It wasn't skulls. It was rock.
Cygnus looks at Dr. Rock and then looks at AR, who probably like fucking coughs. It's just like, I think they've already paid the price, Ace, for doing so.
Yes, but I am saying
I
that.
do not understand what you mean by that. My filtration system completely protected me from the poison gas.
Have you checked that? Have you run any checks to ensure that that filtration system is still working?
Let me check.
On that note,
Just checks, pulls it up.
on that note, the reason why I said it's about to get a lot worse is because, like I said, we've been trialing through like this passageway for a little bit until you come up to the end of it. But it's not like a sheer drop, like through the after the passageway / tunnel. It is a series of very rickety, varying states of repair, I guess. Scaffolding, with lots of ladders that seem to lead even further down. You
Now,
don't
here's
believe this is the same. Like it's kind of like this open sort of like pit as well, but you don't believe this is the same pit as the one you saw in Majula. Well, in the other town, you don't know the name yet.
Honest question.
What's it called? Go ahead.
How long has it been that we've been traveling? Because I did give them the two people potion of climbing that was for an hour, and that was as
I'll
soon as
say
we
you
entered.
haven't hit the hour mark yet, but you're coming close to it.
Okay, so AR and Shieldbear obviously are climbing. Valencia probably with them. I'll carry Ace and Signis can just climb down, because, rickety wooden platform.
Void didn't finish the description.
Yeah.
What's it
And there
called?
are ladders.
Yes, there are ladders that seem to lead down to the to the bottom. You actually can see the bottom as there. To your surprise, there's a torch cone lit up, seemingly right there at the bottom of the pit. You believe, you see some form of like cave entrance or a threshold of sorts. But you're not sure. You can't exactly tell where it leads.
Is the torch lit?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I said. That's why I said you can see the bottom of it. What's it called? the scaffolding, all in all, is probably roughly like less than 60 foot of a distance to go down to. You know, segments of it look a little bit more sturdy than others. But you believe you can potentially traverse it through climbing down the ladders. You know, or if you really feel like it, you could still make use of your push and climb and just like slide down the wall, I guess.
What's it called? Atlas will kind of say,
Bad news. The filtration system is in fact offline. Good news.
Signis just
I managed to get another system online. Scanning for extraplanar threats.
as I'm going
Sense.
to use Divine Sense. For the next 10 minutes, I know the location and creature type of any of those guys within 60 feet.
You would see Ace ping, as she is an elemental.
wait.
What's it called? Like you would see like AR kind of like instinctively like like whip around to you like while staring at like the. I would imagine it looks like one of those like motion trackers from like Aliens, but kind of like looks at you and taps like a few buttons to like mark you as a friendly.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Rock looks at AR after they mentioned that and remembers the amount of poison gas they got into their face, and he's like, they can probably tell because again he doesn't really. He's kind of contemplating like, how do I help you? Because it's like poison, yes, but you clearly don't take off your armor because he knows there's flesh under there. He's seen you bleeding, but he doesn't. But he also knows you don't want to take the armor off, so he doesn't know how to actually treat you for poison. So he's just like, what do I do here? Because like he's respected patient's boundaries, but he also like, I do want to help.
Let's see. If anything.
Yeah, but anti-venom doesn't really affect. I would say anti-venom. It's more of you get advantage on checks against poison. It doesn't actually get rid of it. For some fucking reason.
But yeah, I am assuming that I don't detect any of those creature types.
Yeah, no, you do not
far.
detect any of those creature types. Does this tell you if the area is consecrated as a grade?
This version doesn't.
Yeah. It's just
So yeah, no, you don't ping any of those creature types in the vicinity.
Okay.
Yeah, except for like Ace, who's now marked as friendly.
Yeah, it's no longer like Ace no longer sets off the beeping. How far down is it?
Like roughly like a little bit under the 60-foot mark, but there's enough scaffolding and ladders that you can potentially make it down.
Yeah.
Relatively little issue, assuming that the structure holds up.
Yeah, that's why I think that's why I think if you and Shieldbear still have the potion of climbing, if you two just climb down.
Yeah, good
Gotta
idea.
ask. Are the walls like smooth like the tunnel above, or are they?
No,
or do they
these
have,
ones
like,
are a little
ridges?
bit more textured, more rugged. So you could potentially still like find enough purchase to climb down if you don't want to take the scaffolding, but that's gonna be
There are ladders.
it's gonna be a check. Yeah.
Signis is gonna like sort of look back and say, I hope you don't mind if I go and scout out first. I believe I probably am the most agile and light-footed to be able to get down there without much issue, if all's good.
The leg could also
You may go
down.
ahead.
Cygnus is gonna showboat. He is going to like
Now I'm
okay.
concerned.
Cygnus is gonna he's not gonna jump for the scaffolding. He jumps for the wall and like uses he flips out his butterfly knife and uses it to start slowing his fall as he comes down, and then front flips off the wall
Butterfly
onto the
knives are
ground
not
because
made
he's
to
gonna
do
try
that.
to do that.
What's it called? Roll me acrobatics.
Do I get the guidance?
Yes, you do.
Acrobatics. Watch as I fail. That is a 16 plus a
go
plus
ahead.
a 1d4. That is a 19.
You're able to descend down onto the onto the bottom of this pit with relative ease. There's a moment where your butterfly knife does kind of almost like slip out because the butterfly knives were not made to do that. What you just did. For a second, you fear you may have bent the blade a little bit while slowing your descent. Doesn't seem like it, but yeah, it's probably not gonna be taking kindly to doing it again.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Rock when he sees
But you make it
Signis
to the
do
bottom.
this with Rock when he sees Signis do this with the blade audibly winces and he's like, "Nah, you blade, you're picking up the knife."
Same
That's not
with
what
Ace.
it's designed to do. Like, you are not designed to do that. That's what climbing picks are for.
Yeah, Ace and Rock just have that shared wince of like, why you messing with good crafted materials, mofo?
God.
To be fair, they're like mass produced.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
you kind of like hear like when you make your way down, you just kind of hear from the top like AR calling.
Assessment. That was cool. Climbing down.
What did they want Rock to fly him down again, or does she want to climb down the ladders on the rickety platforms?
Can Signis try and like sort of sneak about and like survey the area?
You can draw me stealth, but like the rest of you, so Valencia, how do you respond to Dr. Rock?
Oh no, it was Ace. He's asking
My bad, Ace.
because he knows he can't carry Valencia. Yeah, because he knows he can't carry Valencia because because she's got armor.
Shieldbearer offered to take Valencia. Valencia agrees.
Look, I hope we don't keep making a habit out of this. As Ace kind of tries.
I'm just glad with this time. That's why he's giving it the option, because like, this is fuckity platforms.
Also, yes, Shieldbearer does ask Valencia if he can carry her down, or she would allow him to.
Yeah, Valencia says yeah.
Yeah.
Ace heads down the ladder. She's taking her chances on the rickety ladder.
Yeah, because like, Rock's quite literally like, I will always give you the yes or no option. It's more just he's always like, this stuff does not look stable. Would you like me to fly you down, or do you want to walk? Because there is the option where it's like, you might hurt yourself. That's why he always offers.
Where's the fun in that?
The Rock just kind of flies down.
Ace carefully heads down.
God,
Okay.
Signis showboating is some of the most fun shit I've ever had with a character.
Yeah. Also, I'm very sad we didn't get resources because I got one more reagent dice this level, meaning I could make another potion for something.
I could have healed fucking what's it called? I could have healed poison.
Move on. Y'all should probably keep this to the in-game chat if you're talking out of character.
I was gonna say, so, well, I guess the first one to see what you're about to see, Signis, is that when you reach the bottom of the pit, and also, Shieldbearer, are you taking the scaffolding or the wall down? Shieldbearer?
He's dead!
Sorry. Scaffolding wouldn't support me and fell, I presume, so I just take the wall.
You're not sure. What's it called? But
Listen, we together are like 700 pounds.
I mean, so you use the wall and you still have a person climbing, so you don't need to make a check. In that case, yes, Signis, you'll be the first one to notice when you see past the threshold. To your absolute surprise, you see this massive expanse. Presumably still the interior of a cave. You're not even sure how far underground you're at this point. it feels like you've gone way beyond even the other lower hole that you saw in the original pit entrance in the town. You see this massive expanse in front of you that seems to contain a couple more lights, actually. A large structures made out of similar wooden, haphazardly put together scaffolding material that you guys saw, earlier, when you were climbing down this particular segment. Welcome to the gutter.
Oh shit.
Sig- where are we in sort of accordance?
You're basically
to
over
this?
the tunnel that you are looking through, the little threshold that you walked up to is basically like a cliffside that overlooks what you're seeing right now. You see, like I said, this massive sort of like structures made with very haphazardly put together, like wooden material. You see pillars that are lit up by the torches and lights that illuminate this underground segment. These pillars made out of solidified gunk, refuse, and residue from who knows how many ages of people throwing and discarding things. You will this place again like permeates this kind of like foul smell that, while not completely unbearable, does begin to prick a little bit at your nostrils. What would you do or say to your team upon first seeing this?
He would Signis fucking disappeared. I don't know if the team can even see him, but
What was it? I mean,
that was a 29 stealth.
Yeah, no, friggin' A. I guess.
I assume you're
the
hiding
next
from
person-
whatever's ahead of you, not from your team.
Yeah, I know. But Signis would like sort of use some handholds, like actually no, he wouldn't climb back up, but he would look up and say, "There's something down here." I would go as far as to say that this place is not quite pleasant on the nose.
Reminds me of Thieves' Folly back in Thunder Junction.
Thieves Fall. What? What?
It was a bit of
Aslam.
yeah. Well, more of a little hideout for
slum.
necromancy.
This is truly just.
He's just narrowing her eyes at friggin' Atlas. Friggin' interrupted her.
Yes.
Uh,
Rox is tightening the back of his plague mask to make sure it's properly fastened, because he just, this place to him just screams every infection possible. Like, this is not clean by any imagination.
Oh god, we've found the poison swamp. First area poison swamp. Can't believe this. Signis would just like say, this certainly is. Like, does this remind him of any place in particular from, like, anywhere really?
I guess probably. It kind of would probably remind you of the stories you've heard of, of some regions of the Hemwick Woods, maybe.
Signis would like sort of like scrunch his face and just says, thank goodness thank goodness I've never had to go there, but this is unpleasant. And at the very least,
Phantom Thief report. Signs of life. Positive or negative?
Can Signis actually check for that?
Make a perception check.
Yes. That is a fucking 9.
I mean, with a 9.
Rock.
Oh, go ahead, Rock.
Rock will also. I would say Rock will also look.
All right, go ahead. So
Ignore
13.
this plus
Much
3.
better.
Even though they're both relatively like lower rolls, quote unquote, you would still be able to identify that there is movement at the very least in these structures. Not sure if humanoid. Some of the silhouettes do look a little bit larger than what you would presume an average-sized humanoid would be in these conditions. But yeah, you're not quite sure. Yeah, I mean, you see movement, but you're not sure if they're alive or sentient, as it were, to put it one way.
Signis is gonna turn to the group and to say, well, one thing's for sure. There's life, if you can call it that. I'm not sure of what's down there.
The things down there could be sentient, though there is no indication of such. They are slightly larger than a man. And I cannot tell if they are undead or some other being entirely.
What's it called? AR raises their hand, you see their blaster fire up.
Let us
Shall
not
I check?
No.
know.
No.
We are not engaged. We are not down there. Let us proceed forward before we engage in any type of hostility. Shoot if they
let
are.
me have a look at this place. By the flame, that place looks tragic.
We shall
It
shoot.
does certainly look like it would go down by a flame.
We shall shoot them if they are hostile, not before. That is bad manners.
Not to mention, I have a feeling if any spark of fire starts anywhere near there, we're probably going to see a massive eruption.
So
They can
what
do
you're
that
saying is it would
first
be efficient.
Yes,
No,
we can,
fire.
no.
we can deal with
No.
that later.
Fire would kill us as well.
Yes, that's
Yes.
by later. If you can. Well, actually, are there torches around? Can we actually see torches down there?
There's you look a little bit because you're currently kind of this sort of like cliffside path almost that overlooks this segment. You look over to the side and you see there are there's not really like torches per se in this segment, but there are this weird sort of like oval shaped like statues that seem to be lined up like in this cliffside, and some of them have their sort of like heads cut off, and in the place where the heads of the statue would be, there's like this sort of like pile of tangled up like kindling that looks burnt already, like if it was probably lit up at some point, but somebody may have like doused it.
That is interesting. Well, regardless, if we are going to burn anything, it will be when we are leaving, not when we are entering.
Indeed, we must check who lives there first. Everyone, make a good first impression, understood?
I make
Everyone
no promises.
side eyes Atlas.
Rock is the thing. I make no promises. This place
Well,
does not speak of cleanliness.
well,
It speaks of plague.
if I am to look my best, then and I shall look my best. As Signis looks over. If we need to blend in, I have means of doing so. As you see, he plucks that white mask off of his belt and swaps out his own mask. As you watch as he demonstrates its ability by turning into fucking Ing Valencia.
Disguise self doesn't allow you to create extra limbs.
Without the
and-
Wingless Valencia.
Yeah, you see a wingless, tailless Valencia. Well, actually, just human Valencia now, I guess.
Well, no, because she's got scales all over her, so it's more like a Yuan T Valencia, I guess.
Bringing you on Team Valencia is crazy.
I unfortunately cannot create any extra limbs, but this is pretty close. Just
Valencia just looks at you and just like, damn, I look good.
Does she say that out loud?
I do not.
Honestly, yeah, she would. She's no one to stay silent.
I do not think that having hooves, unless you plan to pass off as a twin, I do not think having two of the same person, despite being slightly different, is a good idea.
Indeed,
Signis,
there can only be one of me, unfortunately.
Signis takes off the mask and says, "No, I can replicate whatever I see, and I can probably think up something to create it a more." You just see as he moves his hand around in a sort of motion to try and find the words, and just says something a little bit more fitting for the area, of course.
Could you turn into a rat? It would be most entertaining.
Did she say rat?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't think that's how the magic works.
You should turn into a rat.
Can Signis try and turn into?
I don't think that's how the guy works. It has to be humanoid.
No, you cannot.
Signis puts on.
Unless probably turn
into a rat folk.
Yeah, you can. Well, I mean, not that
I
Signis would know what a rat folk is, because I don't believe they exist and where he comes from.
No. I think it would be funnier. Signis puts on the mask and then just becomes basically just bipedal Rat King. It doesn't look without the tail. It looks uncanny as shit, but it's it's humanoid rat creature.
It's just Signis, but with a rat mascot head. It's the Rat King's head, but mask on balloon size, mask on costume size.
Yeah.
Also, I hope you're all doing this while moving, because Shieldbear just moves on.
Yeah, Rocket. Rocket.
Yeah, but
What's it called? Shieldbear, it doesn't take you too long following the sort of cliffside path to notice that it does actually seem to it seems to at first kind of curve around the perimeter of the town that you're looking at, but it does sort of lower in elevation to match a couple of other wooden platforms that you see to connect with the rest of the structure. Like I said, the place is illuminated to some degree by a lot of torches that are kind of lit up around the area. But for the most part, any area where the light just ceases to touch is immediate pitch darkness. You have a feeling that without this many torches around, the town will be complete, darkness. You would see that on that platform, you believe you see even more, a little more extra movement, maybe a silhouette, basically hiding behind a wooden support beam of one of the platforms. What's it called? I will make note of this. All of what you're seeing right now is basically propped up potentially hundreds of feet by scaffolding. The town, as it were, all these wooden structures that you see are precariously built with their foundations presumably reaching down into the darkness, below in whatever pit this is built upon. So when I say you land on a wooden platform, that platform itself is probably 100 and some, hundreds of feet into the air. It thankfully does look big enough and sturdy enough that you believe it can support your weight.
Yeah. Do I see anyone around, when I get closer?
Like I said, you see a silhouette hide behind a little pillar.
Ah, yeah.
Valencia wants to once again just tell to the party and just announce to the party before us lie Drangleic's unwanted, those unwanted by the world above. We do not know if these people are here of a deserving reason or not. That is what we must find out.
Well,
Then we can plan what
I
to do
could
next.
Scout. Signis like looks over. I could scout ahead beforehand. I can blend into the surroundings fairly well. Oh, despite my, he looks down. Oh, like he gestures at his outfit, attire.
Purple.
Shuba would say something in Beast Folk, and then it's like, you know, I can just walk up to them and talk to them.
We
Well,
do not
you
know
never
if
know.
they are capable. We do not know if they are capable of speech, so it would be best to get the idea of what we are dealing with. Then we can proceed with how to engage with it.
I believe we
can
should be
both.
bold and make our presence known.
Well,
You
that
don't
sounds...
say anything about Drangleic.
Wait, what do you say?
Signis is just...
Don't
You
say
did-
anything about Drangleic.
That makes sense.
Thank you.
Cygnus is gonna like pause and just say, being bold in this situation may end us get us in a bit more of a predicament than even the situation in the with the audience with the Rat King.
Sneaking around and getting caught, that gets you killed.
Knowledge is power. Knowledge lets us make informed decisions. We currently have no knowledge,
Hold
so
on.
it is best.
In the middle of
Hold
everyone
on,
speaking.
because fucking Atlas just typed something, and you see as Atlas grabs his grabs their their pipe wrench and smithing hammer and ding 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 ding. What's it called? You immediately see the figure behind the wooden pillar kind of like falls backwards and begins to kind of like crawl away. Their features being like almost completely or well partially obscured by those gaps in the lights of the torches that can't quite reach them. What's it called? The figure kind of like seems to trip over themselves, precariously reaching like the edge of the wooden platform almost. And then seems to kind of like curl into a ball and says, "No, enough! Don't hurt me."
Hey,
Enough, we come in peace.
Cygnus just fucking disappeared.
Ace kind of walks over to where the person kind of stumbled to see
You run
what...
towards them?
No, not running, more like walking up, seeing if they okay.
You see as the figure is still kind of curled up into a ball. Their clothes are they're more like ragged, like scraps of cloth that just barely cover their form. Their features all caked in like dirt and gunk and mire. You see just like their complexion is kind of like sickly and not really like well like kept. For all intents and purposes, you could have easily mistaken this individual for an undead at a distance. What's it called? As their features are very like shriveled, almost. In fact, sure. Because I don't specifically have a token for like a really dirty commoner, I am going to use this token here for the time being. Hold on, because it's the only one I have.
Hold on, what you got? Oh no!
An actual
Why,
hollow.
Deb?
What's it called?
Just freaking hollow.
the
Hey,
the
it's alright.
yeah, the figure's
mean
just kind of
still-
like curled up. Well, go ahead, Ace.
Yeah, Ace, like, not taking off their hat because it would probably spook somebody even more with a person with flaming hair to just pop out like, hey, we ain't mean to spook you. It's all right. What's your name?
I don't know. It's been so long.
Also, yeah, we just passing. Look, we're just passing through, and sorry for all the ruckus. You know any other folks who live around here?
he still hasn't moved from his position. He's still down there, and he just says, "Yes, there's a lot of us, all over the town. You're outsiders. You're going to hurt us. I know you will. Like all of them. All of them who casted us out."
Look, ain't here to cause no trouble. We're just passing through town. That's all.
We're here to help.
Help? How can you even help us?
Well, there's an abandoned town further up topside. You could probably take some shelter up there. A lot safer than, well, being down here.
A place that doesn't even exist on the maps.
How is that any different from this place? I didn't know anybody else knew this place existed.
Well,
That smells better, that's for sure.
Sunlight for one.
hey, look, you ain't gotta worry about most crazy old monsters or any other type of things that might be going bump in the night.
There's also grass.
Grass. How did that look like?
What's it called?
Go ahead.
What's it called? Do I have anything? Actually, I think I do have like a piece of paper. I'm gonna draw grass.
Okay.
Draw grass.
I mean, are you going for like accuracy here, or like what's
I'm going for accuracy.
Are you proficient with calligrapher cartographer's supplies or anything to that effect? Or
I am.
supplies, my bad.
I'm proficient in cartographers.
I'll say that's good enough. You can make me a cartographer tools check using your dexterity. Actually, no, your intelligence, my bad, because you're going for accuracy.
This is a 13.
Serviceable. What's it called? You draw this grass and present it to the guy who still he hasn't even like deemed it to look at y'all. He still has his head like clutching his hands while in fetal position. What's it called?
At this time of year, it has a green coloration, but I would imagine that at some point it would turn more yellow.
You see, I need all of you to collectively make me a persuasion check to see if he gets out of the fetal position.
Oh God!
Signis is gone.
When you say
Signis is gone.
when you
Not
say
said anything,
all,
so I'm not
you
gonna
mean
have him roll.
you mean all who?
Well, you were the one who initially tried to approach him, Shieldbearer, so I'll include you into this if you want to be.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Amazing.
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
A 7, a 6, and a
Reroll
4.
this.
Goddamn.
Do we still have expertise on persuasion from earlier talking with the Rat King? It's 10 minutes. I'm not sure how long
I'll
passed.
say this will be the last few seconds of it, so make it count.
Okay.
Say first.
22.
Hey.
Hey.
Is that already
I'm
including the
cashing
expertise?
Hey.
Or
No, so that's
25?
26 plus 3, 29.
29.
Almost a 30. Goddamn.
What's the average of 7, 6, 4, and 29?
Hold up, I'm cashing in inspiration, Vorty. I'm sorry. Because, like, I feel bad for this man.
Like, 12. That's better.
I mean, you
It's
doubled
getting
your
better.
roll. You actively doubled your roll. That's 13
13.
fucking.
That
Amazing.
I'll say that, but he doesn't fully come out of the fetal position. He's still on the ground. He, at the very least, does take his head from out of his hands, and kind of like seems to open one eye and look like up at you guys. What's it called? And you see, and you know, he does look at the.
After he sees like this fucking room.
He looks over at this scroll, you know, of grass, and you know, you guys, and he says, Are you all too forgotten? Discarded?"
I have been.
By technicality, the Lady Knight here is as well.
Only temporarily.
So even knights get tossed down here, huh? I guess that makes sense.
We came down here because we heard of a place where people who aren't wanted come down, and even below that.
Yes.
Just out of character, what was it, like an ancient being or something?
Some old, some old being that is way below the fucking pit in the town. So you say, yeah, we've heard because there's something, you know, down here. And the man says, there is indeed something even below this town. Only a few of us have seen it. It's rotten. Beyond any comprehension.
Is it a threat?
I don't know. But something tells me it doesn't. Something tells me it may not be much for conversation. You shouldn't be here. If you're not unwanted, then this is not your place. You have to go back. Return wherever it is that you came from.
What's the matter? Are there people here not too kindly to outsiders?
We've all been hurt. By everyone. Up there. If Melinda sees you, she won't be as kind.
Melinda?
She's the one in charge around here. Keeps people together and sane, somewhat.
You know, I've been hurt many of times, discarded by many. I would like to talk to her.
He with a trembling hand points further into the town, as it were. What's it called? And says, you'll find her over there, along with her dogs, and that strange-looking fellow that arrived even before I did.
Dogs, you say?
He nods rapidly. Go ahead, Nathan. What you... hold on. Go ahead, Nathan. What are you gonna say?
In chats that I said Signis was skulking about,
Dog.
what?
If you when you say you found anything, what do you mean? Like stuff to steal, or
like is there anything of interest anything of interest within the area, not like stuff to steal. He's not gonna fucking do that. He's got standards.
Besides a pile of actual shit somewhere in one of the corners of the platforms, you would see that in the structures below the actual platform that you guys are currently standing on top, there's actually signs that you know, this wasn't like the first attempt at building this sort of like platforms. There is like weird sort of like segments where the scaffolding kind of like sticks out with no particular rhyme or reason. You know, again, as if they were just kind of using whatever they could find. And you see like some like straight up like dead bodies dangling from some of these you know, perhaps workers or you know, inhabitants that fell you know, and died on the way down. You see that the town actually does connect to each other via like a series of long sort of like walkways and bridges of sorts, similar to the like the wooden bridges that you guys used to reach the Firekeeper's hut in the first place, albeit a little bit more haphazardly put together. There, maybe a perception check, I guess, at this point, because a couple of things you wouldn't be able to tell right away, because a lot of this is in the dark, and keep in mind you're a human. So, what's it called?
I just keep rolling 2s!
Do they look hungry? Yes, they do. And also, what's it called? The... what's it called? You can't tell more than this, Signis. You think you see in other of the wooden structures like more of those weird sort of like oval statues, or you know, and maybe like some weird sort of like jars perhaps. There's clearly signs that somebody has tried to create some form of civilization here, but you know, everything looks very bad.
Yeah, Signis would probably return to the group after this. Just like basically, like who's like the person who's like farthest back away from the la criatura?
Wait, what do you mean?
You mean the dude?
Yeah,
Yes.
the dude.
Hold
It's
on,
a regular dude.
Could you repeat that question?
He's asking
Who's like the person
Yeah.
who's the farthest back from the
From the
like
guy.
I mean, I would imagine it's either Rock or Atlas. No, Atlas would be relatively close, I think, because Atlas is showing the grass
Yeah.
image. So it would either be you or Rock. It would be the furthest back.
Cygnus just like fucking appears like right next to Valencia, just like no sound whatsoever. Next thing you know, you just hear like slight crunch as he's like suddenly next to you. I investigated the area. This place seems to be in really bad condition.
You bend the knee, Valencia. You give a ration to the old man, to the man, and he kind of looks at it. And again, trembling hand kind of reaches for the ration as he like takes hold of it and like takes it off your hand, smells it. Oh, this is good, real good, and it's not spoiled. That's a nice change of pace. As he begins to dig into the ration pack, and greedily begins to scarves down. What's it called? And when you ask Atlas what breed of dogs, in between bites, he kind of like looks over at you and says, "I don't know. She calls them dogs, but they don't look like dogs."
What do they look
Things
like?
can be considered a dog.
What they look like?
What
Ask
do-
Rock. He says, "Imagine a very muscular dog, but with all its muscles exposed."
Ace looks over at Valencia. You see her give like a little bit of like a funny grin, like she might know what these dogs might be, and she's trying to contain her laughter.
Just asking, how does this guy look like he has like visible injuries or anything?
Yeah, I'll say he does. a lot of his injuries look very old, and some are clearly have not been treated well.
Signis would like slowly approach, take off the mask just to be like look like a little bit more or less like fucking intimidating, because like all his masks are like creepy as shit or made to be intimidating. And he's like carefully like pans out in like the sort of I mean no harm position as he like slowly leans forward. Do you mind and if you just do you mind if I approach?
He doesn't respond audibly, but he kind of does like a shaky nod.
Signis is going to like very slowly approach, lay a hand on his shoulder, and
Sneak attack!
Sneak attack!
no, no.
Mercy kill this man.
No. That's a heal. That's cure wounds. That's cure wounds.
No, sneak attack. You had it ticked on, so you karate chop him back to
Yeah,
life.
poor guy.
What was it called? You see as what's it called? As the cure wounds activates, and it does kind of seem to, you know, close up some of the more recent wounds. The older ones, I feel like he might need like actual like long-term medical treatment to some extent. You know, in order to actually like properly get rid of those. Also, you touch him, so I need you to make me a Constitution saving throw.
Hey.
Watch as I roll shit. I did indeed. I'm good.
Signis,
I'm
you have now contracted flesh rot.
Oh no!
I'm just fucking with you. There's no disease that gets transmitted to you. You're fine. I wasn't just fucking with you.
You weirdo!
Wait,
punking us.
So speaking of disease,
I was ready to use the inspiration.
I would like to roll medicine as Rock to see if I can tell just what exactly is wrong with this guy, if there are any parasites or anything else, because it's a new place, and it's obviously not sanitary. So he wants to just know how bad.
Sure, roll me
Also,
medicine.
Signis has fucking gloves on.
Quite a bit of check questions in the chat.
Yeah, I know. Hold on, I'm trying to
Yeah,
tackle
no,
this.
take your time, take your time. Just trying to help, in case you didn't see them.
I would. That's correct. Can you make a check to find out what this dog is? You can make me, actually, yeah, like a nature check with disadvantage, because that description is kind of rough. What's it called? Features automatically solve problems. We are medical I can make a sort of how long this man weighs based on a skeletal. Not heavy enough for you to even worry about. I'll put it that way. What's it called?
I'm more trying to like figure out how many of these people can I carry at once.
If assuming everybody's like around like the same weight as this guy, like very emaciated and not like super well fed,
yeah,
then you can probably carry like 3 or 4 of them like at once.
Yeah, like what's it called? Yeah, go on.
Yeah, let me just resolve the checks here. So Rock, the man looks very shaky. You feel like he might have some form of like fever to some extent. You know, you see that.
Does he have scurvy?
His skin does look kind of pretty like weirdly colored. Again, like part of his body looks like emaciated, almost like undead. You know, to some extent. What's it called? You see like veins across his body are kind of like varicose and you know, like visible you know, through his skin. You do see, like I mentioned before, he has like very old wounds that were clearly not treated well, so there's probably some degree of infection there. You're not sure. You feel like if this man and maybe others that look like him are treated properly, well, if they're not treated properly, like within the next like.
Did Vori die?
Oh, did I die? Hello.
I think
You said treated and then you cut out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
we
you're
can
back.
Okay. My bad. You feel that if the if the wounds are not treated like properly to some extent, this could very easily be a case of like rapid necrosis.
He died again.
Oh
He's
my God.
gone!
Hello.
You said very. You got to very. I'm guessing you were saying like very bad necrosis.
Yeah, very rapid necrosis. And if they're not treated like with appropriate treatment.
And this guy doesn't have like any live ticks or anything on his body, does he?
It doesn't appear to. That isn't to say you haven't seen any vermin around. You definitely have seen a couple of cockroaches, around the area. But, this man doesn't seem to be covered in a particular, like, critter or anything like that.
Rock will reach into his bag, pull out his operating gloves, and would get next to the man and state, "Well, if we are intent on preserving this man's life, I need some time to work."
Signis is actually gonna look at the group and just say, I believe it may be wise for us to focus our efforts on helping these people and possibly getting them out of here. Whatever lies deeper below the depths should be dealt with later. For now, we should probably focus in on making sure that we can save as many as possible.
As I have said to the Lady Knight, I should be able to carry 4 easily, perhaps more with some strain. I have enough fuel for approximately 3 or 4 round trips. Evacuation is not the issue. The issue is speaking and convincing the populace that we mean no harm and having them come along with us.
Regardless
That I will leave to you.
Regardless of that, all of that will be for naught if they all die. Rock says as he's looking over the man. As he kneeled down next to him. And he's putting on his gloves. He's clearly getting ready for like medical treatment.
Is Dr. Rock gonna like talk to them or ask them, or are they just gonna like just start doing their thing?
He's not doing anything yet. He's just currently like getting ready. He's putting on his gloves and stuff. He's gonna tell them before, and it's like, if they are all like this man, they clearly do not have any form of medicine down here, and if they are as injured, they will rapidly succumb to necrosis. Looking to the man, he would say, "You have infected injuries. Do I have thine permission to treat them?"
Signis is actually going to approach and say, I understand that it may be hard, but I do hope that you trust our companion here. He's much more capable at healing than I am, at the very least, though through more physical means.
So, just so I got this clear, you're trying to convince a man to be treated by Dr. Rock. Is that correct?
Yeah.
He will say, "A healer. We used to have one of those. They were the first one to die.
Clearly not a very good one, then."
Damn!
He says,
Damn! Rock really said skill issue.
He says, if you...
What?
I can't be the only one you treat. There's others, dozens of us.
We will help wherever possible.
If I have the supplies, I can help. We'll turn to Valencia, who and the party will say, "Does anyone have a clean cloth or some material that I can lie this man upon?"
That's a good fucking question.
Like just a bedroll or anything is the length of this man, because he's not gonna perform an operation on this man to clean his wounds on the infected, cockroach-ridden floor. That's just pointless.
I don't fucking think so.
Valencia looks if anyone else volunteers with a bedroll.
Let me see real fast.
That was all on her horse before
not
she
even-
got here.
Not even
Would
physically
it be
pleasurable.
appropriate to try to cauterize the ground and create a suitable pit?
I would request something that would allow turning of the body easier without and allows me to maneuver them without having to jostle their body. Because I actually, out of character, I have done nursing homes stuff. It's like just a nice smooth cloth you can kind of put him on, you can roll him on and gently grab him with somebody else's help to like shift him around and stuff without like having to like ragdoll him.
Valencia bites her lip and starts taking out her bedroll.
Gilbert just puts his hand on his shoulder. It's like, you can use mine.
Rock will take it, open it a bit
Who's
wider.
do you take?
He'll take well, Shielbear's offered his. It's like, does Valencia insist upon hers or does she run? Because Rock's not picky. It's more just like if somebody's insisting, it's go fine. But if nobody's bothered, he'll just pick whichever's closest.
Not sure Valencia would insist. If Shield Bearer's offering, I guess just roll like a 1d2 who's closest.
Okay.
I mean, if you wouldn't insist, Gilbert would like put his hand on his shoulder and move closer to Rock with his hammock. So
Yeah, Rock will
unless you
take it.
insist, yeah.
Rock will take it, lay it out flat, and looking to Ace because she seems to be the next smartest and most sensible here. Like, he'll ask Valencia to give him aid with the guidance because he knows she can do that because he's experienced it. But he'll ask Ace for basically help with any maneuvering or handing him tools.
All right. Let's see what we got. Also, Vorti, could you type out the name of the leader? Because I wanted to make sure I spelt them right.
I completely forgot to do my medicine with intelligence. That was actually a 24 I rolled.
Oh, I mean, hey,
I forgot
same answer.
Yeah.
What's it called?
I just completely forgot that. Oh yeah, medicine wisdom.
Also, Shieldbearer, I forgot to answer your nature. Even with a 16, it doesn't sound like any natural, like, any, regular dog that you know of. At the very least, I'm not saying like, oh, you're low, so I can't give you the info. I'm saying you know enough about wildlife that this doesn't sound like natural to you.
Yeah.
Signis is going to like pause for a moment, and as he looks at AR and the rest, and he says, "I think we may have encountered an issue going back up. I'm thinking about it now, since we'd have to return through the territory of the Rat King."
Why?
Well, that seems to be the entrance and exit, and I believe the Rat King specifically stated that we should not enter his territory again.
No, he was willing to, unless if we were to like curtsy and whatnot.
Yes,
Right.
as long as you don't touch his stuff, respect him.
Yeah. Just question, Vorti, would I be rolling medicine for treating this guy's wounds?
Sure.
Or would that be an herb?
That'd be another medicine
Or would it
check.
be an herbal?
Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be another medicine check.
Okay, and does Valencia give Rock guidance?
Yep, she does.
Okay. I'm gonna just add a guidance in. Guidance. 1d4. Boop, boop. Medicine. That
Damn.
is a 21. Rock's kind of like, he's got his tools and everything. He's got like scalpels to like to help drain to drain fluids and all that stuff. Disinfect. Like before, like when we were in the camps, didn't have. We were kind of just on the road, so he didn't have time to like put all the proper medical stuff. So he was kind of doing a bit of a rush up. But now he's got all the medical tools, the disinfecting liquids, all that stuff. Like he's got proper like operation.
He's
medical
got a whole
room
surgery.
Stuff. Yeah. He's got his alchemist kit open next to him to pull out what he needs.
You are able to, with the tools that you have on hand at the moment, Rock, begin to start like through the treatment on this individual. Who again, like at this point, he's not really like even like fighting back or anything like that. He's, you guys are able to like lay him on their bedroll, and you see as, you are able to, for the most part. Well, I will say, is this I'll say this roughly like 70 to 75 percent of the treatment, for the man. You would need a more controlled environment to like properly finish the treatment, for him.
Yeah, but he's more likely to just not just die on pressure.
Yeah, to not die, or like at the very least not lose limbs, to infection.
Yeah. Like, Rock also, before the operation, would apologize for the lack of anesthesia before he begins, like, scalpeling open the infected wounds to drain any pus and infected liquid out.
Yes, he does scream a little bit in pain. What's it called? You can tell, however, that it's not as much as it would be for like a more, like a more healthy individual. It's almost as if something is preventing him from feeling like a lot of pain. Perhaps his body's just already numb due to just all the stuff that he's gone through. But like I said, you're able to finish like roughly like 70% of the treatment here. What's it called? You would need again like an actual sort of like space where you can
proper surgery.
When you can perform like proper surgery. But at the very least, his life is not in immediate danger.
Yeah. Rock, after he's done, would basically, like, after stitching up the last of the wounds that he can treat, he would gently cup his back and ask Ace, basically just for Ace to do the other side, and he would hand him a sterilized test tube because man does not have cups, and he had poured some orange juice or citrus juice into it because the man definitely not gotten enough citrus in his diet. Or like pine needle tea. Basically, just stuff to treat scurvy and shit. Because the man's obviously malnutritioned.
I'll say you're able to, finish off your little surgery here. The man looks like he might not be able to move for a little bit while his body like recovers. So he's still laid out on Shilber's bedroll for the time being. He will look over and say, like through a couple of like raspy breaths, he'll say, "Thank you. If only all the people up there were as kind as all of you are."
I am simply doing my job. I would not thank me yet, for the treatment is only 75% complete if I had to give an estimate. Thine will not die to infection or risk losing a limb, but thine is death. I would need a more sterile, controlled room to fully treat thyself.
Signis is... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Signis.
Signis would approach and say, We would like to help as many of the people down here as possible. If once you are feeling a little better, I know this is much to ask, seeing as we've only been here for mere moments, but could you help us maybe convince the others? We might be able to bring you to some place a little bit safer.
Well, Walker, while you were looking around, our friend here's told us about the person in charge, a lady by the name of Melinda, who kind of runs the show around here. Are they somewhat of a decent Sort.
Look over at you and says, she has been doing what she needs to have been doing to survive, at least the way that she explains it. I don't think there's down here any distinction between good or bad. We all are just survivors. She is as well. She's been keeping the peace, if you want to put it one way.
Well, that's a pretty good estimation. Well, let's go see this Miss Melinda and her dogs.
Signis is actually going to. Oh, go ahead.
Out of character for reference, I'm assuming by now the potions of climbing I gave would have worn
no,
off.
Every effect that you guys activated before going down the pit is long gone by now. And
yeah, so you guys. So if you guys want climbing potions, we'll have to long rest.
Signis is going to look at Valencia, Ace, and he says, I think we should leave a few people here to watch over this man while he recuperates, while some of us go and maybe try and do some diplomacy with this.
When it comes to diplomacy, I will be dead weight. I can stand guard.
I will lead diplomacy.
Signis looks at Shieldbearer. I believe if while you would be useful, it also may be it may also be good if you stay here or to defend. You are the one. You have fairly large shield, and it's a lot harder to sneak up on you than it is on someone of a small stature like me, or Ace or Valencia, and it's much easier for you to protect our friend here.
Eeyore doesn't need my help. Well, excuse me, but none of you know how these people feel.
Signis looks.
I can relate to someone trying to survive, at least.
Signis looks up at Shieldbearer and says, You are making quite the weighty assumptions, but I believe I will state this for the record. From what I've seen of Atlas's combat at prowess, they're more suited for. Excuse my comment here. Brute force rather than actual protection. Exactly. Rather than actual protection. I believe it may be better if we just had Dr. Rock to monitor the position here, you and the AR to watch over them, while myself, Valencia, and Ace is go and negotiate. And should anything start going wrong, we'll make it known that we need assistance.
I would recommend that I travel with you all. The patient's condition will not deteriorate or improve with my prolonged presence in this environment, and it would not be beneficial if any of you would happen to get infected during the time of day.
I'm fine with myself, Shieldbearer, and Signis going, and we can leave Ace behind.
And what's
Valencia,
that supposed to mean, Miss Fancy Airs?
Not to disrespect you, but with how you've been reacting all this time, with your proud being and everything, I don't think you're the right person to talk to this leader.
Oh, no nonsense. Talking to leaders is what I do best.
Well, there's a difference.
What it's worth,
Valencia.
I did a lot with the Rat King as well. I talked as most during that situation, and I will try to do so again. When we need to talk to real high-ups, I trust you and Valencia the most. But down here, I trust myself the most.
It is a knight's duty to talk to those below them.
Well, here's the thing.
That sounds
Val. There's a difference between like talking to old knights, lords, ladies, all that, and then there's talking to regular people. And well, don't want and not to well be presumptuous or anything, but they might take things the wrong way and see you as well someone who's trying to boss them around.
I will state, Shieldbearer, you are correct in that I have not lived lives like these, but I am, and so I cannot relate to the lives they have lived, but I am not unfamiliar to this. As he looks around to the entire environment and the sickly man situation. This is not the first time I have been in places like this and done mine work. So this is definitely one of the largest examples.
I believe none of you will get anything done if you continue arguing. All of you, go. I will stay here. You may not believe it, but I am used to standing sentry alone against hordes of enemies.
Understandable. Let's move. You see as
Only-
Signis, like, starts walking.
What
Only
were you saying there?
non-lethal and non-fire is allowed. AR. And that's a command.
They seem to just kind of like be standing there and stand by, like the command hasn't been like inputted or something.
Signis is actually going to look at Valencia and say, "You may want. I believe that ring of yours has the same properties as my mask. You may want to put that on and put yourself into something a little bit less regal looking. It may be better if we take the guise of somebody more understandable, or so. I don't think they've had good experiences with nobles. As you see, as he puts on the mask, and the like purples sort of fade from his outfit. As he and like most of the what's it called, really fancy looking like gold accents, etc., just sort of fade into like blacks and grays.
Fitting with the people, you say? I can see that working well. Fine, let me give it a shot. As Valencia knows how crow folk look like, so she's going to turn into one of those because, well, wings and tail.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're activating your white ring to cast this guy's self.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you'll see as Valencia kinda rubs the top of the ring, and you see as a shimmer of illusion begins to cover her, and she gets now transformed into someone else.
How does this look like?
That's much better.
I mean, well, yeah, it's this guy's self, so it's not like
Signis-
alter self where you only turn your body into somebody else. Okay.
Okay.
What
So,
were you
oh, go. You were gonna say something, Nathan?
Cygnus is looking at Ace not like in the way of not like glaring daggers, but like the moment he notices if Ace is gonna make any jabbing comment at Valencia, he is going to stop her. They cannot afford an argument right now.
Look, we're here to parlay with Miss Melinda and see if we can help folks out. And Val here seems, long as Val's gonna be sensible. And
What is that supposed to mean?
Cygnus
Helping
immediately
people is so duty.
Cygnus just immediately uses the cane, just stabs it into the ground between them. Kindly stop it up. We cannot afford distractions right now.
Atlas, you asked, you haven't seen any particularly large insects around. He looks over at you, kind of raises an eyebrow, and says, "Not the size of a man, no. Bigger."
Jesus Christ!
That is bad.
Cygnus just points at AR. Not the priority at the moment.
Wouldn't we be gone by now?
Yeah, no, I feel like you'd be
Yeah,
gone by
we'd
now.
be gone.
Yeah.
Oh no! I thought we were sitting around fucking conversing
No,
about
we
this.
were,
No,
no,
we're
we were
gone. No, we're
walking.
gone.
We
No,
were
we
Oh
walking.
fuck!
Yeah, Rock's
So-
kind of just traveling with you guys with Mask, and he's currently kind of just making sure no one steps on rusty nails or rotten or anything that would risk infecting you.
But I'm assuming the path we're taking is extremely uneven.
Yes. What's it called? Basically, the way the town, if you can call it that, is kind of set up. There is this, what's it called? It is connected by this series of dangling bridges, walkways that are a little bit sturdy, sturdy enough to support most of you, I would imagine. What's it called? Every once in a while, however, they are, connected via this platforms and towers and other different haphazardly made structures that simulate roughly what you would imagine, the equivalent to a house or a lean-to or some form of shelter, for these people are. In fact, you start seeing a couple more townspeople around as you begin to walk. I mean, if you can call them townspeople, that is. It's not a town per se. It's more a structure to survive.
The village people, you could say.
What's it called?
You can.
Go ahead.
You'd see Valencia basically, as we're taking this path, she basically slows down to a crawl as she's really struggling to find her footing here.
What's it called? I mean, it is difficult to find your footing regardless, even if you didn't have the leg injury. What's it called? But for you, the uneven floor is starting to take a toll on you at this point. You see that the other townspeople are just kind of keeping their distance from you. They don't know exactly what to make of you. You see some of them are kind of hiding in this rafters above. Others are kind of again sort of hiding behind this support beams. Once again, you see the recurring element of this weird oval shaped statues, that are still lingering around these structures. From the quote-unquote center of town, as it were, which is less a center, more this sort of giant sort of pillar sort of platform. There's 3 paths from the center. What's it called? Well, technically only 2 paths. Important for you. Third one, you just came from it. There is what appears to be a path over to, well, obviously I don't have a map, a physical map for you to have a reference here per se, but for thematical purposes, to the left and to the right, so to speak. To the left you will see what appears to be this sort of incline platform that angles itself down to this sort of shelters almost. It has like roofs and the like that you can tell are probably meant to evoke some form of housing, perhaps like a residential area, quote unquote. The other one, the path to the right, leads to this sort of large, probably even larger than anything else, tower. Seems to be probably the tallest structure you've seen so far around the area. Looks less like housing, more like a watchtower, perhaps. Though you find it hard to believe how a watchtower would be even useful in this particular, area. But it does. But the difference between these two elements, these two paths that you see, is that the tower seems to be partially built with a more solid foundation. This actually seems to be built from the. Partially built into the wall of the cave, actually. So it actually gives it a more solid ground, I guess, if you want to put it one way. Also, Atlas, you asked the man to draw this thing. He again, we can't because he just got done with surgery. In fact, I'm just gonna roll a d20 and see how good he makes it.
4. It's just a scribble.
I just kind of need to Atlas is going to just kind of instruct me it doesn't need to be good. I just need basic limb structure.
I'm drawing the thing as I as the man would draw it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's like an ant.
This is how he draws it. He says it has the body here, the head here, and then this really big backside, I suppose. I don't know how to call it.
Abdomen.
Right.
This is alarming. This seems like perhaps the spawn of the swarm queen I found. Where did you say you spotted these? Lower down?
Melinda keeps it around as a pet. So there.
My teammates are in grave danger.
He points in the direction of your teammates. Where your teammates went.
The Lord.
Will you be alright on your own?
He looks at himself. He tries to lift an arm again weakly. He looks like he might not be in any position to properly walk around or defend himself if a threat comes his way. So now you have to make a
Very
choice.
well.
AR is going to pick him up Princess Carry and activate
No! No!
I'm going to spend what's it called? Because it's only limited, so I'm going to spend 3 uses of it to just kind of fly. You're all just walking and you just see AR in the fucking skyline, just
Well, before we resolve that, just very quickly want to hear from the team which you didn't ask. Oh boy, where is Melinda at? He did point from the way he pointed.
Ace did ask.
Oh, you did. That's right.
Yeah.
It does seem he was pointing towards the tower that is partially built into the cave wall.
Okay. All right.
I hope that doesn't use fire.
Shield Bearer has been left by himself because Atlas thinks the
No.
swarm is here.
Steelbear is in front of you guys.
Yeah,
He
we all
wants to
left.
talk to her.
Yeah, we all left. Atlas was all left alone with the guy, which is why Atlas is off doing their own thing.
Okay. I got confused. I thought Shield Bearer was also watching old dude.
No, Shilbear ignored Signis and started to walk ahead. After Signis tried to walk off, but went back to help Valencia.
Okay. Yeah, that's the case. Well, looks like this here's the place. Is there like a door?
There is like a little segment that you can. It's not really a door per se. It's more like a ramp that leads into the sort of like this cliffside like platform basically. What's it called? You don't actually see like guards per se. Like what you would consider to be guards as it were. What's it called? You just see like a you hear rather like the sound of people in beyond the point that you're looking at this.
Well, onwards and upwards. If you well, all right.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Ace kind of looking over at Shield Bearer, and she'll say, "Well, big guy, if things turn sideways, you got my back."
Always. As he still is in his defensive stance.
And Ace kind of straightened out her head a little bit, and is going up the tower, and then hearing like, what the blazes was that?
I say all of you at the same time. Okay. As you see Atlas kind of like the trail of fire that Atlas is leaving behind, kind of like trail above you. You've seen this before. You already know kind of what's about to happen. You don't see Atlas stop before reaching the tower. Instead, you just see as Atlas like crashes through the tower, ahead of you basically.
Pursuit concluded. Engaging the swarm.
I will move you to this next map. Place yourselves at the bottom of this next map.
Darnation! What the devil's going on? What blazes going on there?
We're all at the bottom of this map.
Signis is gonna start running, like, I
also at the bottom of the map.
I mean, I guess you could probably be like on the platform that is like further up ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. When you say bottom, do you mean like the friggin' shadowed
this one.
shenaniganry?
When I say bottom, I say like anywhere. Hold on. Let me start measuring with like an arrow here.
Yeah, let me see.
The bottom, what I consider the bottom of the map is this, because this would be the entry. And all of this platform is the bottom. You don't need to be all the way at the entry. Just as long as you place yourself somewhere in this area that I just marked.
Okay, I thought you meant like down here.
Not over there.
It's like bottom of the just bottom of the map. So we just see Atlas land holding the crippled patient. That
in his arms in a Princess Carrie style.
Rock immediately. First reaction. Rock's immediate first reaction upon seeing Atlas isn't, "What are you doing here? Why did you leave it? Why did you move the patient? They are still recovering."
I presume you, by the way, also took the battle under him.
No, yeah. He's basically called like a fucking baby.
Yeah.
Just swaddled.
Also, this is the first time anyone's in the party actually heard Rock annoyed. This is the first time he's actually upset about something.
My God, we've got a dirt burrito.
What's it called? Hold on. Don't move your tokens just yet, because I will describe the scene. What's it called? As you manage to make it up the little tower here, and actually see that the wooden part is more like a cover, a front of the of the actual like cave wall, as it seems the actual location, as it were, is within like the cave wall itself, in this little sort of like a cove almost, that is easily accessible. You see in front of you what appears to be a kind of decorated location. You would see a number of different creatures around. The first ones you will notice is the quote-unquote dogs that Melinda seems to be, keeping around. Two of them, actually, that are all kind of like laid out in front of the bigger platform that you see here, Atlas. Almost as if they're, they're like guard dogs, as it were. Pretty much according to the description of the individual that he gave you. They seem like unusually big, unusually muscular, like canine creatures, with no discernible like features or characteristics all outside of a jagged, kind of bulbous head, and exposed muscle tissue that seems to give the impression that they're significantly stronger than what they actually may be. You see another entity, a more humanoid looking entity that is kind of like sitting over to the side, completely motionless, seemingly not exactly engaging with you guys, at the moment. Not even having reacted to Atlas crash into the ceiling. The entity appears to be donning a white armor with noticeable battle damage that seems from battles long past. The individual seems to be holding what appears to be like a spear or a lance, perhaps, that he's clutching tightly to his side. And their armor is kind of like this white, sort of like chainmail that is draped over with another white cloak. Very, very sort of like crusader, looking, individual. What's it called? I hope that's not a pet. A whole nother problem. What's it called? You see over a little bit, way further down the platform. You will see this like what could potentially, I guess, be Atlas's target here. We see a large insect-like creature with I would say they're bordering on huge size, actually. What's it called? With a sort of like dark, sort of like main endoskeleton body, but with this bulbous, almost oval-shaped thorax that extends, a good couple of feet, maybe like 10 feet out from the rest of the body, or maybe like 15 feet out from the rest of the body. That has like this holes on the side, for lack of a better word. I'm going to put down the token on the screen, but I'm not gonna zoom it in case people may find like giant bugs disgusting. So I'm giving the heads up warning. I could also just not show the token and just put something else in there.
Just like sorry, not what's the word? Freaking Lethal Company spider word there.
Yeah, like, so I'm gonna put the token down on the map, and if it is like too much, then I'll just replace it with something else. I'm not gonna zoom it in, so you guys are free to zoom it in yourselves.
Giant termite.
Is that?
What the hell are you doing here?
And the last figure you see, the one that is all the way the far back, that seems to actually have been in the middle of sharpening a large great axe, appears to be a humanoid, seemingly looking significantly healthier than all the other citizens you've seen so far. What's it called? Creepy, but I'll live. Okay. What's it called? You see this individual looks a little bit significantly more healthy than all the other people you've seen so far in the town. this sort of like tall, female figure with it's still kind of like ragged clothing, but that seems to almost evoke the image of like vest, shirt, and some pants that look like they could have been like part of a padded armor like set at some point, but now are kind of like not quite as pristine as they could have been before. Her face is covered by by this sort of like face mask that covers her mouth, but also you see like a headband, almost like a partial headband that is diagonally tilted on her head and is covering one of her eyes. Almost as if she's either missing it or just doesn't want to show it. Let me show you guys. Melinda the Butcher. As she...
Oh no!
What's it called?
Oh no.
She seems to be, like I said, was in the middle of kind of sharpening this like great axe, on her hand. Actually, you look like a great axe from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it seems to be like an oversized like cleaver. What's it called? She looks at Atlas as they crash through the ceiling, and then looks back at the rest of the party that is like a little bit way off in the distance. What's it called?
And an angry German accented yelling at AR for why she brought a patient.
Do not be alarmed. I am here to take care of the swarm specimen that you house within your quarters.
Signis is just like fucking bolted. Signis is bolting.
I don't really take kindly to people crashing into my house without a warning just like that. And a surface dweller, no less? Look at that pristine armor of yours. And just what did you do to that person back there?
Dr. Rock is what grass looked like.
Dr. Rock is currently...
I don't know if that's...
Dr. Rock kind of walked...
hold on, AR, don't move that close just yet. Because those dogs will attack. Go, Dr. Rock.
Rock goes over and he's checking the guy because, he just performed surgery on this man and then he got flowed across the map.
Him, by the way, like, I think I made that clear.
You were carrying, but it's still just the fact that you moved a man who's fresh out of surgery by explosive propulsion.
What's it called? You see as the dogs, quote unquote, AR, are kind of growling at you. Melinda kind of points the cleaver forward.
Oh, damn, I was muted.
Oh, what were you trying to say?
Yeah, Shieldbear would have immediately, as he said, like, oh, what did you do to him? Shieldbear would have said, healed him, helped him, feed him.
I would believe you if it wasn't for the fact that your friend just crashed to a ceiling that took me months to build.
Rants is a bit too far yet, but yes, I don't know why they did it.
And what is it?
It can be repaired, but for now, I am going to eliminate the swarm specimen.
You're not touching anybody here. Bob, do something! As she looks at the knight behind her, you see as the knight kind of like raises his head and without a word draws the lance from the side. As Melinda,
we just wanted to talk.
A little bit beyond that. A little bit beyond that for this.
Forget.
Out of character, I love we gotta fight. Thank you, Turco. In of character, damn you!
Like Ace was ready to just talk with this person, and then the old dude's trying to come here like the Rocketeer and start busting heads.
Everybody was like, "Let's go diplomacy with the boss." Atlas.
Nah, I don't think I will.
Atlas, bug larger than the norm exists. Time for... Oh boy. You know what? This is what. This is fucking Atlas.
We need to pair Valencia and Atlas together from now on. Just because she's the only person who, can command them in some way or form.
Yeah, exactly.
This is
orders.
Oh, true.
The gif I just posted, that's Atlas when she found out there was a bug in the place he used to party with going diplomacy.
Out of character, it would help a lot if Valencia would tell AR they see Silver as an equal.
Yeah.
They will never!
Yeah, it's like
wait, you Jericho was saying something. I thought I heard Signis, but I'm not sure if I heard that right.
No, it's just like people were saying Katya was saying pair AO with Valencia because they only listen to Valencia's the only one who can really give them orders, and I just said and Signis should have input commands more. I mean, to be fair, the commands that they're taking from commanders can be overridden by the swarm.
Regulations.
This legit says, "Stay here, watch the guy."
Yeah, no, the swarm takes priority.
Half of that.
Rock's main anger isn't even that Atlas is here, they're going to kill a bug range. He's only upset in this situation because his patient was moved. That's the only thing that upset him.
Did everyone roll initiative?
Not yet. I was
Yes,
just,
I think so.
I was rolling.
All of them have.
Yeah, I'm going to be rolling the enemy's initiatives in a moment.
That's fine.
What's it called?
Yeah, all of us players are rolled. Rock has no problem catching a murder. He's just annoyed that his patient got moved after surgery. It's I know you don't do that. You do not move the patient.
I made this real quick so that defensive stance is explained. So yeah, Gilbert was using all of that. And this is Gilbert ability.
Also, I don't know why, but it always it's always cool to get a nat 20 on initiative, but it also always kind of slightly feels like a waste to get a nat 20 on initiative.
Honestly,
Hope
I
you
am
appreciate
glad
the
I
name
go
of that
for
stat block.
the hunting dog. I hate it so much.
Let me reorder initiative, and we will begin. Once I switch to a more appropriate music here. What's it called?
Yeah.
Also, yes, I will give you temporary control of tokens. Just give me a second. What's it called?
How deep does the pit go?
You're not sure.
So probably if we drop something in it, the dead.
I mean, based on the height difference looking here, somebody would probably turn into a pancake.
Red paste. That's all I
so-
can say.
Dr. Rock, it is your turn.
Okay.
It
Now,
seems this
patient-
the patient is still prone on the ground. Hold on, I'm just making it so that you can move it.
I just asked, Rock did go over and check them before.
He's not prone on the ground. I'm still carrying him.
Oh, you're still carrying?
Yeah, AR never put him down.
Okay.
No, he can talk. I'm not suffocating this guy.
He's yelling please let me go.
Yeah, Rock is actively upset at AR. This is the first time in the entire campaign he's actually been upset at somebody.
Signis just yells, "Put the man down! Somewhere safe!"
Yeah. Rock
Understood.
wanting to get this over with as soon as possible so he can deal with his patient. Am I allowed to occupy the same place as a person just before I move? Because I'm basically planning to teleport bomb and then go up. I can only move 30 feet.
Yeah, I mean, well, so hold on. Are you trying to throw a teleport bomb, or are you just trying to move?
Well, I was gonna teleport bomb and it just didn't move up because it's a 30. It has to be within 30 feet. If I can move and then do it, it's just because like every other ledge is like slightly out, so it's the only places that are like here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can move over there and then throw the bomb. Yeah.
Because I think it's just gonna go like bomb here, then just move up and do a stab. If not, I can then just move and do a stab, then bomb, then stab. Either way, it works.
Actually, stab this one, please. That one's the first in initiative.
Yeah, Rock. Yeah, I guess to get over here to flank. You guys see Rock. That you can't tell his face because he's got the plague mask on. Reaches into his bag. Or reaches under his wings where he keeps his bomb stuff. Pulls out a bomb. Flies a little bit over here because I was 45. So that's 5, 10, 15. Throws a bomb. No. And basically detonates a bomb. And the way I'm flavoring it is oh wait, no, I had to move one closer. He basically detonates a smoke bomb, and he just vanishes and then just appears right here. Behind the dog.
Alright, then move yourself over there.
And he just teleports. And I am going to bonus action, give it a stab.
Do not hurt the dog!
We came here to parlay. Don't go.
I mean, they're currently trying to kill us.
Do not stab the dog! Why would you stab a dog?
I like imagine Rock just hears "Do not stab the dog." Kick.
Missed it anyway.
A 10 will miss. What were you gonna say?
Does Melinda react to you were asking like, is there no way we could talk about this?
She looks over at you, but you can't tell most of her expression because her face is covered by the face mask and you can only see her eye. But she like opens her eye wide and says, "You barge into our home, surface dwellers, carrying one of my people who looks like they just went through the ringer, and then proclaim your intent to kill my pets. And do you expect me to let you walk away?
Check it, we healed
Even if
him.
you did kill them, I can't just let you stand there until I knock some sense into you. So get ready."
Look, we just most of us, and Ace kind of staring daggers at AR, came to parlay. This is a big. I'll try and I'll try and de-escalate shenaniganry on my turn.
Okay.
I mean, my turn's over. I've moved and stabbed.
All right. In that case, Ace.
Okay. So Ace was like, "Look, we just came. Most of us came just to talk things over. I don't know what got into this one's noggin, but most of us came just to speak with you. Could we just lower the weapons real quick and start acting civil?"
I mean, no one's been hurt yet.
You did try to stab her dog.
Yeah, but that's not but it's also after she ordered everything to attack us. Rock didn't instigate the fight. Atlas tried to do the things. They said, "Okay, we're gonna attack you now."
Generally talking to everybody like, "Hey, could y'all just
Can make me a persuasion with the disadvantage. I'm gonna make it a pretty high DC though, because again, no, this was not a good first impression.
Can I bardic inspiration or no?
No, because we're in initiative.
No, it's not your turn.
Fuck.
Hold on. Yeah, no, yeah. Unfortunately, bardic inspiration is not a reaction.
And
Damn it.
guidance?
That's an
Guidance
action.
is not a reaction.
Okay.
So yeah, friggin' A.
So-
Hey,
Damn it!
Melinda,
You got a nat 20 on,
Melinda kind
nat
of
20 on the other end, damn.
Melinda kind of tilts her head to the side and says, "I'm not sure if I'm buying that." She seems to ready her cleaver.
Signis is just gonna like yell, "It's the truth!"
The DM knows it's the truth. She doesn't.
Yeah,
so-
he doesn't.
You know,
And we already were told, like, yes, he does not fuck with the surface dweller. Like,
like you just have somebody who come in, fancy armor, busted up place like, "I would kill this swarm specimen thingy."
Like, I'm gonna kill people.
Work.
This-
Ace is just gonna block, just body block friggin' Atlas. Like, no, you are not going to kill whatever the frig is in front of us.
Haley, you're gonna body block the flyer.
Actually, no.
Flying more.
Vorty,
Hold person.
Mhm.
I got him. I still have rope. Could I just make a friggin' lasso?
You know I
So-
use fire, right?
That is also true.
If you do that, you will kill Ace and Shilbert. Just pointing it out.
Well, friggin'
I mean, I can
we-
allow you to do a lasso if you want to, because you're a Western character. So I think it's just kind of second nature to you. Like how you use it though, it's will determine what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, I guess it's just like a
Yeah.
grapple.
Yeah, like friggin', like if they try to get out if they try to run past Ace, friggin' use lasso, try to hold them back a little bit
Is that your
to
reaction?
deter them.
You're already
that
natural.
that will be ready action. I
Okay.
guess.
So for mechanical purposes, we'll consider the lasso a improvised weapon this time around. So you would need to, actually, roll the attack roll when Atlas, tries to escape, and if Atlas flies away and gets hit by the lasso, we're gonna say, for the purpose of that specific turn alone, that Atlas can only move at half speed, because they're being somewhat restrained by the lasso.
Okay.
Yeah, that seems fair, and also it's a hemp rope. They can just burn it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I said for that turn, because then Atlas will just be able to burn the rope off them. But
Also, Signis ordered Atlas to fucking put the
So-
guys down
Well,
somewhere
they
safe.
don't-
This is
is that your ready
Yeah.
action?
Yeah, that's ready action, and that is Le Tourney.
At the end of Ace's turn, Shilbert will move just to here, I guess, to body block the bridge. Does that work to make sure that nobody can pass the bridge?
Like, what are these walls? Like, is there like a ceiling here? Or?
Those are not walls. This is just a cliff. It's a sheer drop.
Okay, yeah.
the-
I am
there
body
is a
blocking.
Yeah, there's a ceiling
Oh,
here,
sure.
but there's
Right.
nobody. There's a ceiling here, but it's high enough you don't need to worry about. What's it called? If you want to body block the bridge, Shilberry, you need to move back one.
I will make sure the enemies can't move this way. I don't care about allies moving this way.
Okay.
I think the enemies are more likely to move towards Rock. Who's in the
Listen,
middle.
I have warned your ass in and out of character that you're not a frontliner. If you get bit, it's not my problem. I tried my best protecting at least 2 allies. Go ahead. Next turn, the doggo.
Okay.
The hunting dog.
In that case, hunting dog number 1. Hunting dog in quotations. What's it called? Will look over at you, Shieldbearer. Looks over at. Actually, no. This is the one next to Rock. Rock. This dog is going to look over at you and you see that instead of biting you, its front paw like reaches forward, and it's going to try to swipe at you with it, with very sharp claws.
That'll hit.
That will hit. Strength saving throw,
Okay.
push by 5 feet. You make it. You still take 6 points of slashing damage as the dog swipes at you.
Yep.
It's just a dog, not super smart, so he's gonna stay there while it fights you. AR.
Give me a quick moment. My food's really inopportune time. Sorry. Give me a moment.
It's alright.
Alright, then I will quickly go BRB as well.
Alright. Yes, we'll hang around for it. For the time being, should I just switch to a BRB screen for a moment?
Yeah, that seems fair.
Okay. Well, I guess that gives me a chance to just pick up some stuff myself. Alright, in that case, everybody, we'll be right back in a moment. I'm just gonna switch to the other screen. Alright, we are back. Sorry for the little hiccup. Food delivery has a perchance to has a knack of arriving at the worst times.
Yeah.
So,
I am swallowing my balls.
what's it called? And AR, it is your turn now.
I activate Meteoric Incineration, and then I bonus action use my mobility boosters to boost over here.
Wait, do you put the guy down first?
No, it's not a safe place.
No, next to the attack dock is a safe place.
Yeah, I'm not putting him down there. Who do you think I am? I'm gonna move over here. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Ace, improvised weapon attack with the lasso.
Alright, friggin'. Oh no, you don't! 15 to hit.
Damn.
Just barely.
Dang! Dang!
You like you're just like not used to the thrusters, I imagine. So like it's just like a sudden movement, and you just kind of miss, like, you know, over or undershoot. AR like flies over here, places this man down gently.
Keep him safe.
What?
He says.
I'm like, what?
And
What are you?
Hey, that's not yours.
and engaging the swarm.
Oh no! Oh lord.
It's a 15 hit.
Please
15
say it
does
misses.
hit. 15 does hit.
Aww.
Fuck!
Yes, smite.
Oh no. We are so dead, y'all.
Hold on,
Which is thunder damage.
thunder damage.
Didn't you say you swapped your thing back to fire?
No, I said I swapped it to Sonic from fire.
Oh, I thought you'd already done that before.
No,
So this was a while ago when we got
it's
it.
thunder damage.
So the corrosive ant queen takes how much damage is that?
22.
22.
And must
Wait, no, 24.
must make a Constitution saving throw or become vulnerable to thunder.
Correcting myself, it is 22.
In that case, you trigger an ability of the corrosive ant queen. What's it called? This is going to suck a lot, specifically because, because of you. What's it called? So 22, first I'll make the con save for the corrosive ant queen.
Damn.
Damn it! Alright, fair enough.
Makes it, and then...
Yes, I'm gonna grapple it.
What do you say?
I'm also gonna try to grapple it with, because of my,
Before you do that,
Yeah.
it is going to use its reaction. To activate Panic Discharge. As a reaction taking 20 or more damage in a single turn, it can use the gas cloud as a reaction. What's it called? And this is what the gas cloud does.
Oh, okay.
Wait, oh my god, you had poison before, you're good!
Yeah, you are cured of poison, AR.
Yeah.
You're cured of poison, but your weapon and armor receive a -1 to their attack roll and AC. You see as the cloud that comes out of the thorax of this creature seems to begin to corrode and damage your equipment.
Oh,
Shit.
damn!
What happens to consider this creature still swarm, or is this different?
They might
give me a
think it's like xenomorph rules of, hey, it's upgraded.
It's bleeding ass. Question mark. Well, how about that? How does AR react to suddenly the suit informing them, antitoxin administered, but hull integrity at -30%?
You will not stain the glory of the Glamoth's armor. but also thank you for curing my ailment.
Oh.
As I'm going to use I'm gonna push it 10 feet straight away from me. If it's it is large, so yeah.
Let's push 10 feet. I guess that's the wall. I guess it'll be pushed here.
Luckily!
What's it called? Melinda looks over at UAR and says, "What? No, no, don't you dare!"
Oh no.
Ma'am, I am eliminating the swarm. Please
That's her
leave your
pet.
complaints
Kill,
later.
kill that ant, and you will see how fast I can remove that head of yours from your shoulders.
What's it called? So... nah. So, yeah, I did attempt to grapple it as part of that attack.
yes.
It is an 11, so it easily
11.
can win, but...
You'll be surprised. The corrosive ant queen doesn't have a lot of strength. So...
Oh, it did.
Yeah,
Come on.
and we'll, punch it again. I have extra attack now.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
Oh, no!
Amazing.
That's a smite as well.
What's it called?
Oh.
That's a 22, 12,
That's a 19.
19 points of damage on the corrosive ant queen.
And,
Oh, nice. Straight into the wall. Only 6 extra damage.
Into nothingness.
Wait, isn't that a wall?
No, that's
just-
just...
There's
I
not a
kept,
wall.
I kept saying it's a sheer drop. What's it called?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's just
The
All the
corrosive
walls
ant
because-
queen is actually
right.
not fully off the edges yet. It is, however, struggling as its clearly way heavier thorax than the rest of its body is dragging it down into the bottom. It barely has like its front legs kind of like sticking into the edge to actually hold on.
Signis is actually. Oh god, fuck. Okay. Fuck.
Anything else, Atlas, before we move on to Signis' turn?
what's it called? No, they enter like a fucking combat stance that, like, for those of you who have seen Warriors, you know what they look like when they're like relishing the fact that they're almost finishing the fight. End turn.
Okay. In that case, yes, they can only do the thing once per turn as a reaction if they take more than 20 damage. So Signis.
Listen. My class has double reactions. I expect mobs to be able to have double reactions.
You'll be surprised. Signis, go ahead.
Signis is going. Okay. Oh fuck. Signis is going to move 30 feet. You said to me you said to me in what's it called? What's it fuck was it again? You said to me in PMs that at I could roll acrobatics to use my dex for a long jump.
Yes, I believe I may have said that. You would just need an acrobatic check.
Yep. Signis is gonna run up to here first, and then take the long jump over Ace and Shield Bear.
I mean, if anything, Shilpa would just offer himself like a jumping platform.
That would be fucking cool.
I would say that would take one of your reactions. Shilbearer.
Yeah, let me. I have then one question. If I move like this, is that able?
What do you mean?
To move like this on my turn.
He wants to know if he can move diagonally between the
Like-
NPC and the and
Yeah, on my turn.
Is
on
your
my
aim to
turn.
push them both aside?
No,
Then
my aim is just to stand there.
I'm gonna go by overrun rules. The rules I usually use to determine if you can go through an enemy's token. Once a turn, I allow you to make an athletics or acrobatics check, and if you succeed, no action required. you can make it to across the enemy's token.
Oh shit!
I have a quick comment to make. This guy's depression. That guy's
Yes.
just on the floor. I
Yeah,
can
he's
see
on the
he's
floor.
fighting.
He's on the floor at the moment. He's not. I didn't roll initiative for him, as if you noticed.
Just walk past him. He's not. You don't have to walk between.
Yeah, no.
I mean-
actually, yeah, no, my bad. Yeah, in that case, you can just walk around Melinda through the hollows.
yeah.
Through the guy's space. I call him hollow because that's the token he's using. What was it
Great.
called?
In that case,
So-
I don't mind sacrificing my reaction.
Okay. In that case, I'll say that would give you advantage, Signis.
Okay, so I roll again. Watch as I roll absolute dog doo-doo.
Hey,
Never
you didn't
mind.
roll.
You make
rolled an
it. You can
18.
effectively use your long jump with your dex.
My dex is 18, so I believe that's 15 feet of movement, was it?
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure that's
Cygnus is-
like 3.
So Cygnus is going to like fucking vault off of shield bear or shield. Well, thanks. Cygnus is actually gonna try and do something. He's gonna yell to Atlas, "Stand down! It's not the swarm!"
Article 3 of the Glamoth Military Regulations. Exterminate the swarm with extreme prejudice. Article 15. Orders given from the Council are to be strictly adhered at all times. No exceptions. Article 33. Retreat is permissible only in death.
It is not the swarm!
I mean, you could use the logic of the planetary spheres that Atlas mentioned.
Yeah, that's true.
Do not assume! Do not assume! Do not assume it is the same on this planetary sphere!
I'll need you to make me a persuasion check.
I am going to use my fucking inspiration.
Didn't you already use it?
Come on.
No, I have not.
Ace. That
Oh,
was
okay,
Ace's
my bad. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
already.
He
That's
Yes!
funny.
There is a deafening fucking silence as you kind of like see AR, you know, like in a combat stance, and just you see the flames have been like just burning, like just like just spilling out of like all of like the holes and like the exhaust
The vents.
and you see them kind of like flicker and fade as they kind of like their arms that were like, you know, up in like a boxer's position kind of like snap forward and like relax as they just kind of stand you know like stand basically at attention.
Reasoning
Okay.
acknowledged.
Cygnus is actually going to bonus action dash, if that's still available, up to here. And
The dog hasn't been told to stand out. Stand down.
he is going to take the attack. I don't give a shit.
What's it called? He's
Laughing
going
at
to
the
try
fucking-
to bite you.
Missing.
Okay.
Cygnus is going to use the threaded cane to try and like pull the ant back up.
That's
think it's a bit big.
large-sized creature that you're pulling with your negative strength. What's
This
it called?
thing probably would.
This is gonna be absolute dog shit, but it's better than doing absolutely nothing.
Like, I think
Cygnus
you...
is gonna yell.
I think it's better if you do nothing. You might accidentally push it off.
I'm gonna need you to make me an athletics check, because you're technically initiating a grapple here.
Wait, you said I could initiate grapple with acrobatics.
Not in this
before,
case.
or-
You're
wait, no,
trying
no.
to actively pull a creature that is significantly larger and heavier than you. I'm gonna need you to use strength for this.
Okay.
You just finesse.
Fuck!
Grabbing them.
Anybody has anything to add here?
Wait!
Inspiration.
Flash of Feet. No, wait, no.
No.
You have my inspiration.
Wait, I can re-roll it thanks to inspiration.
Jericho
Are
can
you using your inspiration,
away.
Jericho, to have Signis
That's what I'm
reroll?
saying.
Okay, then you go ahead and reroll.
Damn.
It didn't matter!
Fucking Christ, dude!
So
He used all of his
funny
RNG trying to
thing-
convince Atlas to not be a do a murder.
Hold on, Bard, what are you saying?
You 10 feet too far. I'm sorry.
Damn, flash of genius. So, what happens here is that Signis, you begin to kind of use the threaded cane. Just out of curiosity, how exactly are you using the threaded cane to pull the ant queen?
Oh,
'Cause,
so what he's actually doing, he used the threaded cane to like wrap around like the falling end of the ant, but he's using like the leverage of the rock to keep himself from falling off, like leaning back into it and to try and using it as like a wedge.
considering the point of a threaded cane is to be like jagged blades, that the segment, not the particular best tool to grapple somebody, not without damaging them.
It's better than letting it die.
In this particular case, what's happening is that you actually wrap one of the thread cane to the to the ant queen. What's it called? And it seems to be kind of like reeling in pain, like almost away from the threaded cane. You see that it is still like slipping back, down the drop, and if you don't let go, it'll pull you with it.
Signis is
I'm not saying
going
it's falling.
to yell,
I'm not saying it's
"Somebody
falling
help
now.
me!"
Yeah, I'm not saying it's falling now, but if it does, if or when it does, then you will need to let go if you don't want to be dragged with it. Anything else, Signis?
Signis is yelling, "Somebody help me! We need to get this ant back up. I'm sorry that things ended up this way, but we didn't mean any harm. There was a misunderstanding."
Melinda is kind of like steel cleaver drawn. Is kind of looking at you guys like, what the fuck's happening? Like her single visible
The
eye.
confusion.
Her single visible eyes, like visibly confused.
I mean, makes sense.
Hold up her hands like, what? I'm sorry. We legit just wanted to talk, but these people are idiots.
What was it called? That'll be your turn, Signis, I believe.
Yes, it is. That is everything I could muster. Damn,
Silver.
that ass roll with the athletics.
Silver, it is your turn.
Would say see, we're actively trying to stand down. Could you please help us and we can explain everything and talk about this?
What's it called? Melinda looks over at you guys and it's like, okay, I am very confused. Are you all on the same side or what?
We can explain. Let's help the bird first, alright?
Give me a persuasion check.
Okay, it's time for Shieldbeard. Probably.
Persuasion!
Wait.
Oh damn!
You know what? To add it though, as a way of Ace kind of butting in like, yeah, we're here to help. Flash of genius. That's a 25 now.
Let's go. I told Charles Shieldbearer had this.
Yes. Friggin' shield bear. And Ace little like, look, we just came to talk. That's
I
it.
just wanna,
see-
out of
Thank
curiosity,
you, Ace.
I just want to quickly say the funniest thing. All of this is happening over here, and Valencia's just been on the other fucking ledge with the
She's watching all of this go down like, what the fuck?
What was it called? You see as Melinda looks over at you guys, and seems for a moment, she doesn't like put down her cleaver yet. She still kind of like has it like in hand and drawn, and just kind of looks over and points, at the second point. We're only supposed to get to anything. I'm sorry. Points at the what's it called? At the ant queen and says, "Then get your ass moving." and looks at the dogs and says, "You two, heal." She seems to kind of try to recall them, basically. Obviously, one of them already used their reaction to make an up attack, but the other one will try not to do it. So she points at you and says, you know, prove what you're saying is true. Go fucking save my aunt.
How long did that potion of growth last?
It lasts I believe it's D3 hours.
1 to 4
D3
hours.
or D4.
1 to 4 hours.
Yeah.
Alright. So yeah, Shilbert drinks the potion of growth.
I believe that's an action. Unless we have bonus action poses. My syringes are bonus actions, but only I can use them.
What's it called? I did specify healing potions and, you know, healing items and like are all bonus actions. Other types of potions are an action in my table.
Yeah.
Would I still drink the growth and try to help the ant up in the same action? I have bigger bolt if that helps.
Yeah, no, but like, could that be a reaction? Question mark. Can your reactions be used for like they can use in items or?
No, but I can do things like shove and grapple with reactions.
I mean, then this is a grapple check with your like. I mean, grappling somebody is. If you can use your reaction to grapple, then I am counting, you know, grabbing the Ant Queen as a grapple check. So what you could do is you could drink the potion as an action, then use your reaction to grapple someone, to grapple the queen, and then use your second reaction to move the queen out of the ledge. How does that sound?
Then I will use all that to move away from the edge.
Okay, well, first of all, I need to increase your token size. And second, you need to make me your athletics check.
With advantage, because size does matter. Frick!
Roll a 15 or lower.
16. Give me a second while I check something.
Between
That's within 30 feet! You already used the reaction!
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, like, before I say whether it succeeds or fail, anybody wants to add anything?
Anyone?
I can't.
I can't.
Okay.
Bardic is...
That's
not
a
a reaction. Stop thinking that Bardic's a reaction. It's a bonus action.
Listen!
It was a reaction play test.
Yeah, I'm used to like, what's it called? One that gives advantage and disadvantage on reactions.
What's it called?
Are you talking about silvery barbs?
Yeah.
Silvery bars. What's it called? Like, okay, so here's what happens. Shieldbearer, you say, hey, we're not trying to fight. And then Melinda says, well, then prove it. Get your ass over there and save my fucking aunt. And then you run over past one of the dogs who has been, for the most part, controlled on not killing you. You drink your potion of growth, and then you use one of your reactions to grapple the, the Ant Queen. And to your surprise, your bigger hands are able to find enough purchase on like the upper part of her body to actually be able to get a good grip on her. It is disgusting because you basically have your face next to the ant queen's face at this point.
I mean, I don't mind. Well, Shieldbearer wouldn't mind. Let's rephrase it like that.
Shieldbearer probably wouldn't mind, but those of you who are a little bit icky and box probably would. But you're able to have enough grip on the Ant Queen to actually grapple her and prevent her from falling.
So yeah, I will try to get her as much
gonna hurt the
as I
Ant Queen
can.
a lot. Yes, that's gonna hurt, but at the very least, she's not going to fall, to her death.
Movement with other creatures is halved, so I will stand, like, put her over here.
Use both of reactions.
I'd imagine, like,
get the Ant Queen over.
I'd imagine with how hard Signis is pulling, with how like Shieldbearer fucking and like just lifts it out. Signis just falls on his ass.
Yes.
Melinda the Butcher.
Yeah, Shoba would look. See, I'm trying to talk.
Then step away from the ant. As Melinda still has her cleaver drawn. We're gonna drop initiative for the time being.
I wanted to say I can't. I'm out of movement speed for my turn.
Drop initiative for the time being, and I'm gonna switch back to our regularly scheduled ambience.
Mark would put away his rapier and kind of begin wandering over and ask,
You
Finally,
keep your
just, like,
distance. You tried
scoots
to
over.
stab one of my dogs. Now move to where your team is at, so I can see all of you.
To be fair, who the fuck stabs a dog, Doctor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Move is dead.
Who the hell brings a man who's fresh out of surgery through a ceiling?
Okay,
You told me
okay.
to
Why
keep
did
an
you
eye on
even-
him.
Would y'all please?
Why did you even fight the ant?
You see as Bob, quote unquote, the knight at the far back with the white chainmail, still has like the lance like pointed towards all of you. Hasn't said a single word since you guys have all this shebang like started. What's it called? And Melinda kind of looks over and puts like a hand up and says, No, not yet, but keep an eye on them. And the knight still kind of has like the spear drawn, and just kind of like seems to stare at you guys. What's it called?
Is it all right for me to move forward then, Miss Melinda?
She looks over at the dogs and clicks her tongue, and the dogs kind of seem to, move back a little bit to give some way. And says, "Now, everybody, where I can see you all."
Does that mean I can move temporarily closer to the end to move
Seriously
to the rest
pointing.
of my party?
Seriously pointing over here. What's it called?
He
Yeah.
moves.
Ro-
Well, he's asked the same. Like, could I temporarily move closer to the end to move to my party?
Move. What you need to move.
Mark, as he's moving, would ask, Miss Melinda, whilst we are moving, would you mind checking the man to make sure none of the wounds have reopened?
How do you even know my
He was-
name?
He
He told us.
He told us about you. He mentioned that you are the equivalent boss in this place. I noticed that his wounds were infected and risked necrosis, and so I treated him. But that was only a couple minutes ago, and I am worried that the wounds have reopened.
Looks over down at old boy, who's like, like catching his breath, looking like he's still kind of like shaky, basically. She looks over at the knight, who then kind of begins to move over to the guy, and very carefully begins to lift him, away. What's it called? And seems to position the guy in like a less hectic position, away from y'all. What's it called? And then looks over. Melinda looks over at you guys, and sees that Ace and Valencia, and again points y'all to stand over to where the rest of your team is at.
Yeah, he wants us all by the wall.
The Ant Queen kind of
Okay.
moves very, very slowly. Has a 5-foot movement speed.
I thought it was because it got punched. It got haymakered by Atlas twice.
That too.
Well, we kind of got on the wrong foot, as it were, as we were trying to say we just came to talk, and because we heard people down here weren't in the best of shape, and we want to see what we could do to help. My name's Ace, Miss Melinda.
Just snaps her finger and dawns. Oh, I've heard this, guys.
Oh no.
Melinda's looking around like, at all of you, and she seems to not say much for like the first couple of seconds as she's like scanning the area, and then says, "You're all from upstairs, I take it. If that one's coat of arms is anything to go by." Looking at Valencia.
That we are. Staring at Atlas.
So what? Is the Kingdom of Drangleic finally decided to come down and evict us from our final home?
We ain't here to evict anybody.
That is not the intention that we have come down here for, at least.
Like
And what
Ace
is
said, we
what
came
is-
down
Go
here.
ahead.
We came down here to help.
All right. Then what is their excuse?
No.
Looks at Atlas.
They really, really hate bugs due to incidents that happened.
Hate them enough to break
They
some of
mistook
our
your
stuff.
they mistook
She points at the ceiling.
they mistook your bug for a different type of bug that they hate.
With
It's
your
a trauma.
permission, I will begin repairs on the ceiling immediately. I have the tools necessary.
Don't touch anything. Looks at and then looks over at shield bearer. What were you gonna say?
It's a trauma response, yes. Oh, I apologize for their behavior, as he takes a bow.
To amend apologies for the conflict and mine compatriots damaging of thine head, would you like some ointments and such that would help prevent any infection in the ants? He's just looking at it's probably got cracks in its carapace and all that, and it's like singeing from the radiant or from the because of the thunder and all that shit.
It does look like it's it's hurt. Obviously, it doesn't display signs of pain because it's an insect. But what's it called? The it does seem to do the thing that hurt insects do, where they move like one leg like pretty fast, like tick, 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 tick. What's it called? And the what's it called? She looks over and says, "Well, whatever fancy medicine you have from upstairs, it better not be hurting this ant here. It's been really useful, a real friend to us. That gas that she throws out, miracle worker. From any poison. But it tends to do a number on the clothes." And she points over at the man's ragged clothing and at her own.
I see. Nodding to Shieldbearer, he basically asked if he could have the healing potion he gave him. If he doesn't mind, he can keep it if he wants. He's more like a. Do we want to because that's the only health restorative medicine he has.
Yeah, no, he gives it. He gives it to you. No problem.
Yeah. Rock will then transfer it to a syringe and asks if he has permission to treat the ant.
She points and says,
And he also says she can watch the entire process if she wants.
Go ahead, but don't try anything funny. And once you
Maybe
touch
not.
her, run back as fast as you can before she lets out another one of those gases.
Yeah. Rock will gently administer a healing potion, so that's 2d4 plus 4?
Yes.
Right?
No, 2 4 plus 2.
2.
Plus 2.
Um,
Minimum and maximum.
7 points
That's
of healing
70.
back on the Ant Queen.
And
You wanna know
would it be
something? Go ahead.
Would it be medicine to treat the wounds for like antifungal stuff and all that, the stuff that affects ants?
You see that it doesn't seem there's anything wrong with the ant, besides the immediate wounds that were dealt by Atlas. It seems almost as if it's already adapted to living in this environment. There's doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with it.
I guess just general treatment just to help, patch up the wounds that he can't patch up with the medicine.
In
Like
fact,
anything that's remaining.
at this point, I need Valencia, Shield Bearer, and I guess you two have been around longer than Signis and Rock. Valencia and Shield Bearer, I need you two to make me a nature check.
Yeah. Rock's been in the place for like about 6 months.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Shield Bearer's been coming in clutch.
Listen, like I said, when we're in a down here, I know my stuff.
Shield Bearer. You start putting like 2 and 2 together. The thing being called a giant ant. Being able to expel this sort of like acidic substance from it. This is not a creature endemic to Drangleic. It's actually a creature that is native to a faraway land called Jugo. What's it called? Meaning somehow this land of Jugo does have like giant ants that expel like acidic substances. What's it called? Meaning somehow, some way, an ant, one of those ants made it all the way here to Drangleic, and not just to Drangleic, but also to this underground segment of Drangleic.
The super would raise his hand.
Valencia wants to say a bunch of stuff as well.
Okay. Melinda looks over at you guys and says, "You two look like you want to say something."
Indeed.
Yes.
I
go ahead.
apologize on behalf of my party. I'm the leader. I should have controlled them better.
You're
Any
not.
punishment you see fit, you can put up on me.
You're not.
Signis looks over. It's just like, why do you always say that?
Let me speak.
Shush.
Wait.
I'm a knight of Drangleic, and I've come here to help the people here.
Wait.
I've heard that the people that Drangleic cast aside lay here, and upon seeing them with my own eyes, they're all innocent.
Wait. I remember you. Your face was on those posters in the Capitol. What sorry set of circumstances happened that would have you be down here?
I was wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit.
You and everybody else down here. You don't need to roll medicine, by the way, Rock. What's it called?
Yeah, Rock just injects the healing potion, gently pats the ant on the head, and moves away.
Melinda will say, "So what? Should I be thanking you for being down here, gracing us with your presence?"
No, we've come here to help.
What a sorry lot of help you all are. Well, I suppose if what you say is true, you did help cure him. Looking over her shoulder to the man, then looks back at you and says, "And at the very least, you had the stones to admit when you did wrong." So
There's a village up on the surface. It doesn't exist on any map.
The village is quite run down.
It's in a much better state than this place.
Not to mention, it's in the sun and in a place where there's not quite so where there's much more or to go around, so to say.
that sounds
Would you
nice.
like me to describe grass to you?
I know what
No.
grass looks like. I haven't been here as long as a lot of the other folk down here. But that sounds nice and all, but there's just one problem that not sure if you have noticed. there's no way for us to get back up.
I have solution.
We can help with that.
Yes,
Yeah,
probably
Valentia
you can,
points to the rest of the party for that.
you can probably carry us in your big, strong arms and what have you. But, well, there's a lot of us down here. We're gonna need a faster way to do that, cause a lot of us might not survive a couple more weeks. I've personally have to put down a couple of them that have turned hollow. Do you know what that's like?
Do I know what that's like?
The term hollow? That's relatively new to you. What's it called? You feel like you have heard the word somewhere, in like rumors and like passing comments. What's it called?
But I do not know.
Go ahead.
Do you want to go first, Signis, or should I?
Signis is just gonna like tilt his head and just say, I'm sorry to ask this, but what do you mean by go hollow?
She tilts her head and says, "Oh, you guys don't know."
Well,
We do
I
not.
don't believe I'm from here. Well, here in general. Well, this entire plane, I believe.
I'll pretend to know what that means.
We're not from around these parts, so...
I could tell for the accent.
But I do not know what this hollowing is. I do know what it is like to have to put people down on that have gone too far.
Well, then let me tell you a little something. You've heard rumors, perhaps, while you were up there, of the strange curse that is starting to hit the lands to the east.
We did hear that, yeah?
The Emerald Herald did tell you about that.
Yeah, something about a curse back east or something?
Well, it's starting to hit the Drangleic too. Though a lot of people will tell you that it isn't. And to their credit, it hasn't become widespread just yet. But, I don't know, give it like a year and perhaps things are going to change on that end.
Classic authoritative dilemma. Infection spreads the land, infection has no cure, government stems rumors of infection existing to avoid mass panic until it is too late.
Well, I can't really tell you if that's what's happening here or not. But what I can tell you is that a lot of the people who have begun to show signs of the curse, well, were casted out because of it. Either they did it to themselves or somebody did it to them. A lot of them don't remember. That's one of the things about the curse. It makes you forget things. Who you are, what you did, who your friends and family were. And once you forget yourself completely, you turn hollow.
Is there any way...
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I am aware of an affliction similar to that. I understand what it is like to watch someone's self be lost.
Then, you understand why it's kind of important for these people to have any form of hope to cling on to.
Well, regardless of that, Go ahead.
She says, take old Lawrence here for an instance. Looks over at the man over on the side. Already 1 foot in the grave, afflicted by this curse.
Well, like my companion said before, getting people up is a matter of days, if even that for us.
Let's see. Once we rest, I can produce up to 5 potions of climbing a day, so that would be 5 people a day for climbing, or potentially more if I give one to you that can return to the surface. And if you prevent those that are in need of immediate medical attention, like Mr. Lawrence there, I can at least make sure that they will survive whatever is afflicting them long enough to ensure that they can reach the surface. As regardless of if this infection has a cure or not, and people need to be put out of their misery. I am certain people would appreciate living their final days in the sun rather than in a pit.
I am able to evacuate 15 to 18 at a time with my own capabilities, and many more after having administered a climbing potion from the doctor.
If it's hope that people need, then it is hope that we can give them.
I am a doctor. I am under oath that if you promise to give treatment and aid my patients, I will see it through.
We can help you. It's only only if you trust us, however.
A bit difficult
I
to
cannot-
garner trust when our introductions were the way they were. But
Signis, like, looks at Atlas.
But I suppose
We
things
just
could have
have
gone. But I suppose things could have gone a lot worse. Had our fight continue, I feel like you would all have your guts spilled on the floor. But I think enough threats. have
Highly
been-
unlikely.
Signis, like, looks at, like, points at Atlas, like, you shut it, you. He doesn't actually say anything, but he, like, points in, like, that, like, you know, that authoritative, like, parent way, like, shut it, and you've said enough.
Yeah.
Valencia will say that's enough for now from Atlas.
That's a fair assessment.
My, you
Rock
do.
would step forward.
My, you do keep them in check sometimes. She looks over at Valencia.
Yeah, Rock would step forward a bit. He won't step farther than Valencia and will state, "Well, we did have other business in coming down to this pit originally, but until then, would you tell me the amount of those in need of medical attention and those that are in a critical state?
There's a lot.
At least that you know."
There's too many to count, and it's only going to get worse by the day. Especially with that thing down there.
Is that the ancient being we've heard about?
You can call it that. We just call it the corpse. It's a... Well, from what we have gathered from people who have ventured down there to scout ahead, it's something that shouldn't be alive, yet it is. A living mountain of corpses, or so they say. It's...
An abomination.
I suppose that is what you could call it. Many of the ones who have gone down there to visit this rotten, as I suppose we could call it, have not returned, probably becoming part of its own congregation, to put it one way.
Would
As
you say this being...
As long as that thing exists, our days down here are numbered. The more time passes, the more foul it smells, the more disease it spreads, and the harder it is to take care of people around here. Like I said, I'm a relatively new addition here, but, well, even I can feel myself getting a little bit lost to whatever affliction it is that thing is spreading.
So what you're saying is before we can engage in evacuation of this place, they must first slay whatever that being is so that everyone can survive long enough to reach the surface.
That's one way
We
to
shall
put
do
it.
it as a sign of good faith.
That's one way to put it. Though, do you believe you really have what it takes to go all the way down there and fight that thing?
Yes.
We will descend and return within 2 hours. In the meantime, begin setting up a census for us to fully carry out evacuation procedure.
I would appreciate a list of those that need medical attention, like Lawrence here, before they are safe, so that they can survive the transport to the surface.
My,
Go
ahead.
Signis is actually gonna, like, ask, how many people do you think are here in total? Just estimating.
Honestly, probably something, probably somewhere in the hundreds, or at least 100.
Apologies.
Go ahead. Oh, you were.
What's it called? Air just like chuckled and then just like quickly said apologies when she said 100.
You're not sure if she's being accurate in that estimate. She probably doesn't know how to count that high.
That's fair.
She says, Honestly, I like keep losing track of the count here because a lot of them either turn up dead or we think they're dead but they're not actually. And well, as I said, I've had to sadly put down a couple of them, throw their bodies off the platforms so that they wouldn't infect anybody else.
Well, in the meantime, whilst we are descending, Rock would reach into his bag and hand her basically antibiotic stuff and things like that, like things for treating infections and that. Like, here's some medicine for those. It will not be as good as direct treatment that I can provide, but it should at least help alleviate some of them.
Looks at it, kind of raises an eyebrow. Her one visible eyebrow from her eye. And she says, "You're gonna need like a lot more of this if you want to treat everybody." But that's a start, I suppose.
This is a temporary treatment. Once I set up, I can give more proper. This is something simply to buy time.
Signis just like looks up at Melinda and just is gonna say, "I have a suggestion, and for how we should go about this. If you can find the most injured and most ill, you can then bring them all to a safe place and treat them first, and from there you can handle the logistics of making sure everybody is calm and in one location, so they are easy to evacuate when the time comes."
What's it called? Looks over and says, "Well, that seems like a lot of work that I need to get started on doing right away then. Oh, and if you're truly keen of going down there, you'll find a pretty easy entrance or descent, I suppose, through a passageway nearby the residences." She kind of uses quotations.
Before then, I will say that we've been through a bit before we got here. May be good for us to quickly handle our own wounds. Just suggesting short rest beforehand. Before we depart.
Hey, if I do that, I can make one more potion. Though sadly, that would waste Shieldbear's potion of growth.
I mean, you could make another potion of growth.
I could. Also, out of character, I had a plan that I just realized I can do to make actually moving people even faster. I could make 2 potions of growth and 2 potions of climbing and give Atlas and Shieldbear one of each. Like, imagine if we're gonna move the ant out, it's gonna need both of you to lift that.
I'm fine with taking a quick rest here. And then moving on.
If you are alright with that, of course.
She crosses her arms and says,
"Or if you have another place in mind."
"There's not a lot of places down here. I suppose we could take a chance here, but only if you can guarantee me that, you actually do have a way to get everybody up there. And now I'll warn ahead of time, a lot of people are not going to want to leave. Like I said, some casted themselves down here on purpose once they realized that they were no longer needed or wanted.
We cannot save those that do not wish to be saved, but we can save those that do.
And we cannot try our best to convince them. With you and our voices together, maybe we can convince them to just get up there and stay in your village."
Reagent.
She kind of scratches the back of her head, thinks for a second, takes a deep breath, and says, "Okay, you got yourself a deal. We'll start getting everybody ready, do all the things that you suggested, and once whatever's down there is dead, for real dead this time around, we'll get everybody ready to leave. Those who want to, anyway.
I have-
Vorti's dead.
Oh, did I die?
No,
No?
I heard it.
No.
No, I think Nathan.
No,
did.
we're fine.
Yeah, no,
I think it's a few Nathan.
Oh, I was dead.
What was it called? She says, now what's on you is to actually make good on your word and go down there and deal with whatever it is that thing is.
Yes. I have
Yeah,
one question out of curiosity. How did you get such a bug from Hugo to here?
It was already down here when I got here. You're gonna have to ask the older residents, but most of them have already died.
Thank you.
Question
Go back,
about
go sit down with the dogs. Pat them.
It's gross
Question
because
about-
their bodies are like exposed muscle, so it feels really bad. It feels really bad to touch them.
Yeah. Since we are short resting, I'm going to use reagent synthesis at the very bottom.
Also, what were you gonna say, Ace? Go ahead.
Also, Dean, what can you tell us about the rotten corpse that's further down the stairs?
Only that I managed to, only that him and I are kindred spirits in the sense of our weapon choice. She looks at the, like, giant, like, cleaver / butcher's knife she has.
Alright.
Listen.
You said something about congregation or something. What's that supposed to be?
Well, it is a dead guy made out of 1,000 dead guys. Take a guess.
I figure he might have, like, oh, I don't know, like, undead servants or whatnot.
You know what?
It probably does, but the people that we send down there a lot of the times don't return, and those who do try to keep their distance best they can.
Fair enough.
Now,
And
go ahead.
no, you go.
Now, I'm not sure how long you're going to need to prepare yourselves, but I wouldn't go down there unprepared if I were you. Amongst the many things that our people told us that there is, there's this weird creatures that come out of the holes in the walls of the caves. I'm not sure what they're called, but they're like giant worms. And there's other things that hide in, pools of water, or maybe it's oil. It's pretty dark down there too, so you might need something to, to help you see in the dark.
Well, that won't be much of a problem for a few of us. Actually, also, hope y'all don't get. Alright. Well, thank you for all the information you can give, and again, sorry for barging into your humble abode and, well, messing with your pets and whatnot.
Yeah, but I realize this is probably a smart idea to invest in making. Would produce a bottle. Actually, if I can potentially collect some of the gas from the ant, would that count as an ingredient to use to make anti-venoms? Like, I'm just asking because I can only make one for free, so I'm just asking if Rock has permission from Melinda to use the gas. Like, I'm purely just asking if I can. If not, I'd make the one. I just figured to ask because I remembered, oh yeah, ant has
I'll say you're gonna have to make like a sleight of hand to see if you can procure it without damaging your own equipment, because it is still a corrosive gas at the end of the day.
Let me check my thing just quickly.
What's it called?
No, it's just for identifying. Damn.
Go ahead, Jacob.
Vorti, Can I basically spend a short rest, use my smith's tools to repair the damage dealt to my armor?
Yes. Ordinarily, this would cost a number of, like, you know, gold or whatever, like, worth of materials to be repaired, I believe. I think that's how it usually goes for repairing equipment.
Yeah.
I'm going to... do you have any souls left? Because I can allow you to substitute the cost in gold with souls.
I have 250.
250? How much is the usual value of your weapon and armor? That may help me, like, get an indication here.
So the armor itself is part of my subclass, so it technically doesn't have a value. What's it called? It's essentially like, so because the way it works is it's what's it called? 12 plus proficient, no, 13 plus proficiency bonus. So it's kind of like medium armor, I'd say.
What is the closest medium armor that would
let me see, because I have an AC of 16 right now, so let me see.
Hey, Vorti, just gotta ask, can Signis try and produce some pepper?
Yeah, I can help, I can allow you to substitute the cost of gold with souls. What's it called?
So
also,
because it gives me disadvantage on stealth, probably like scale mail would be a good equivalent, so that would 50.
Oh, my internet is dying there. So scale mail costs 50 gold pieces.
Yeah.
It will you only receive the penalty of -1. You didn't receive the full -3 for it to like fully break.
Yeah.
So I guess for now what we can say is that when I say it's like a 33% of the cost, as it were. So 0.33. So 16 souls or 16 gold pieces worth of materials would be like enough to repair it.
Actually, question. Because I have this background feature, what's it called? Would I be able to like Actually, no, because I mean, I'll ask anyway. Like, is there any like scrap metal around, or is it just all like wood and stuff?
You do see that there's a lot of stuff over where Melinda was at. You know, like barrels, boxes, chests. You know, obviously these are all her property, so...
I'm more just like walking around the town, basically, because obviously I want to get as far as possible from the party.
Roll me a D100.
38.
Meanwhile,
38. Let me just double check something here.
funny enough, probably the only person who could possibly help with your armor. You trying to hide from them?
Okay, so here's what you would be able to see. While walking around town, you will, a lot of people are still, like, a lot of townspeople are still kind of avoiding you for the most part. I don't really want to, like, mess with you, especially because they just saw a fucking meteor fly across the town and, like, hit the tower. So, like, they're all kind of, like, scared a little bit.
Yeah.
What's it called? But what you would find is what appears to be this kind of like segment of town where a lot of people have kind of left a lot of like implements and tools that look like they're kind of in disuse. You see like amongst them like sort of like mundanes or like rudimentary like tools like a wooden mallet or something to that effect. But you see this kind of like a club almost. That seems to have been reinforced with, a sort of like iron band around like the top of it. like 2 Iron Mans actually around the top of it, to probably, make it a little bit more useful when fighting things. Nobody seems to be like laying claim to it. You could potentially use the Iron Bands on this club to serve as materials.
So could I take like how much would that like discount?
I'll
I guess.
say
off
that
of,
offsets the
the
cost.
16.
Give me a segment, a moment. Also, Shieldbearer, what were you trying to do checks for?
The beasts, Melinda were describing.
Roll me,
Melinda.
roll me a nature check. And yes, Melinda will chuckle a little bit, Rock, and say, "You can try." Well, she'll say, "You can certainly try." What's it called?
Just using your line.
What's it called? And I'll say that offsets the cost. We're gonna treat this as like, reinforced club, probably. I'll say that offsets the cost by let's round that up, by 4 pieces.
Okay.
So not a lot, but at the very least it can help you not spend like all of your shit right away.
Yeah, like any help, any discount is good discount.
Also, I'm not sure if the person is who's in the chat is still here, but there was some weird ass chats being shut out in a moment ago.
Yeah.
What's it called? But anyway, what's it called? Also, with that 15 nature, you don't recognize the one that she said like comes out of like shallow pools or of water or oil. But the other ones, you feel like, worms that come out of walls could either be 2 things. One of 2 things. The first one is a purple worm. No, just kidding, those don't exist in the setting. What's it called? So it could be one thing that you've heard mostly sticks to underground, but there's been very rare instances of it being like visible in the surface. You've heard of a type of creature called crag slippers, or a crag slipper, which is a type of like sort of like brown worm-like creature that burrows, into like stone and dirt, and for the unaware traveler passing by a mountain pass, their adventure can come to a swift end if they end up being on the receiving end of one of them bursting out of the wall.
Any way to recognize where they are hidden, or?
You would usually see a lot of burrow holes around the region.
And are they? You say adventurers, but like, are they considered extremely dangerous, or like skilled adventurers could deal with it?
They are skilled adventurers can deal with them. You believe? But they can be dangerous if you're unaware, because despite not having a lot of mobility when they're not burrowing, they still have pretty big bodies, and they can certainly like slam down on somebody if they're not careful.
Yeah, during the short rest, Shieldbearer would relay this to all of y'all.
By the way, did you see what I sent you, Vorty?
Give me a second, man. There's a lot of stuff that I need to scroll through.
Yeah, take your time.
The cost is always half when you craft it, Nathan.
Oh, okay. So purchase cost is 70 GP. So let's see. What's 70 and E divided by 2?
Also,
I'm just stupid.
The music stopped on mine. Oh, there we go. Also, I'm reading also something else. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it, Jericho. What's it called? Don't worry though. Nobody is really like gonna be in your way on that front. What's it called? What's it called? Look about your neck for sticking your neck. It was your fault. Did I succeed my 25 sleight of hand? Yes, you did. The Ant Queen did let out another burst of corrosive gas. But you were, like, basically, you were too quick with it for it to actually, you know, harm your equipment. You have a bottle of corrosive ant gas. Corrosive ant queen gas. Let's make that distinction here for future reference. That's a surprise tool that will help us later. What's it called? It can be used as a crafting material for antitoxin, or you know, anything that could potentially get help get rid of poison. What's it called? You can theoretically inhale it as is, but you know, and still receive like some of the benefits. But you know, at the cost of damaging your equipment. For the Rat King, who we will have to talk to, we wish to surface with everybody here. Alright, so are you guys gonna be taking a short rest?
Yeah.
Yes.
In that case, for just the purposes of not letting y'all just hang in this map, I'm going to move you back to the art of the region. And that's another encounter avoided. What's it called?
Yeah.
Well, like half of
We
it.
also used like fucking 3 inspos today.
Basically.
Right before boss fight.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you don't even know if there's anything more left to go before the boss fight, quote unquote. Yeah, like, so go ahead, Atlas.
Let's see, are you saying all of that to me? Or is that to Ace?
I think it was a response to Ace.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not there, so I'm
yeah.
Ace.
Like whenever you want to do the roleplay, then tell me, because yeah, Atlas will be gone for a while.
Valencia has no idea where you went, so.
Oh, I did say that they'll eventually return and approach Valencia.
Okay. Do you just approach and just like stand there menacingly?
Yeah. They
I'd
actually
imagine-
they actually do like like an arm salute, before like kind of like standing menacingly.
Valencia's gonna take you a bit further away from the party, just to, like, talk one-on-one.
Okay. They will comply.
And she will just like ask you, like, Sir Atlas, what is the Iron Cavalry?
The Iron Cavalry is an elite guard created by the Glamoth Empire specifically to combat the Swarm.
And you're currently searching for that swarm on this landmass.
I saw it crash land. I know it is here.
Right. So we are certain that we come across this swarm. Please be more careful.
I do not believe you understand how difficult this order is for me to process and comprehend. The Swarm. Let me put it in a way that you might understand. Let us say your King Vendrick has issued out a warning. There is a beast that looks very similar to... Do you have wolves here?
Yes, we do.
A beast that looks similar to a wolf. However, it has the ability to, once it decides to, detonate and take out an entire continent with it. What will your reaction be when you come across anything that looks remotely like a wolf?
I would try to investigate.
And then it decides to detonate, killing millions. Or thousands. I don't know how big your cities are.
And that's something this swarm is capable of doing.
No. It is capable of much worse. Do you know how big your planet is?
Well, there's Drangleic, which... And then there's Edim Lois.
I imagine
for one
just,
to
like,
be out
what's
there is
planet?
about a week or two, I believe.
But you are aware of the lands far beyond your continent. I have heard it mentioned a few times before.
Indeed, Drangleic did launch a campaign against the Giants to the west.
And have you ever wondered if there's any more land further west than these giants?
I can't say I ever have.
Your planet. Your world.
They kind of like take out like a piece of paper and like just start, doing a sketch from, because they entered here through orbit. So they're doing a sketch of like what, what this kind of place looks like, and you do see like, you've seen outlines of maps from like Drangleic, so you know what Drangleic at least looks like.
Yeah.
You see that, but like as part of like just like this gigantic collection of islands.
This is your planet. This is your world. The swarm is able to, over the period of even just a week, completely wipe out all life everywhere. That is the enemy I am facing. That is the threat I must neutralize.
Lindsay's just looking at you, completely bewildered. This is beyond anything, beyond the scale of anything she's ever been, forced to imagine.
The Iron Cavalry is charged with protecting not planets. There are groups of these planets within space, within the reaches of the stars that you look up at night. We are charged with protecting these groups of planets, known as galaxies. That is the scope of my mission. Do you understand now why I act with such prejudice? You have most likely seen men die, but not at a scale that I have witnessed.
I understand. I think.
I understand the need for proper investigation at times. I understand why you want me to be more hesitant and slow down. But what would you have me do in the face of a threat that could not only destroy your world, but other neighboring worlds as well? I am awaiting orders, if you can give them.
Valencia is just thinking to herself, no idea how to respond to this. You've stunned her.
They just stand there, waiting for you to either give them a response or admit defeat.
I don't believe I have a rebuttal.
I greatly respect your orders, Commander. You clearly have experience. But do not think that means that I am willing to jeopardize thousands, if not millions, if not billions of lives for the sake of following your command.
Why did he stop earlier then?
I was informed that this was not a target. And through further assessment, after fighting it and watching its lack of retaliation, other than curing my illness, I ascertained that it was not a member of the Swarm. I am not a creature that only fights. I merely fight first and then ask questions.
Understood then.
In truth, I am used to a squad who gives me orders quick, fast, efficiently. But considering that none of us have the knowledge that we require, I find myself lost in what to do.
I'll help you to the best of my ability, though I can't say what exactly the swarm looks like that you speak of. I'll do my best not to jeopardize your mission, though.
Please try to communicate the severity of this situation to the rest of the group. I am not sure how well they will respond to my self-report.
That I can do.
And they will basically just like enter, essentially standby on the side of like the wall, basically.
Also, forgetting when Atlas and Valencia are through talking, if Valencia does go back, Ace looks like she got a question.
Yep, Valencia eventually returns after taking a short break to once again just sit down.
Well, I got a bit of a thing to ask. Well, when you had stuck up for us, and even back at the old college, you had offered us to be, well, your troops and whatnot. Weren't being judgmental towards you when I asked, like, when I said I wasn't much of a knight or a soldier. Like, well, it's not that I don't necessarily like go in rank and file. It's more of, well, would you even consider so? Like, what would you even consider, well, say person of my occupation to be not material, not much for fancy armors or look my nose down at folks.
Well, I will say you look and act like a bandit, but you don't behave like one. Fully, if that makes sense.
See, bandits more, seems a bit more, bandits a bit more derogatory and not much of my modus operandi, as it were.
Indeed, any normal knight would have just made off of our... any normal bandit would have just made off with our stuff.
I'm what you call enterprising mercenary, as it were.
A mercenary, then. Guess that makes sense.
Yeah, slick shots. We'll usually do a few jobs for folks. Guns for hire. Bodyguards. If folks need help, we'll try. We try our best, and occasionally we flick the nose of any rotten so and so who might be a bit oppressive.
What's a mercenary like you doing down here, then? There's no money to be found here. No, nothing
Well.
really.
Well, it was a bit of a story, really. Me and a couple of buddies of mine, we were on a job, and well, found out too late it was an ambush. We ran into. Most of us were. I assume they got captured or who knows. Ran to the Black Snag Bogs, an old swamp. Old horse Deuce. Couldn't make it the rest of the way. Had to hoof it on foot. Fell into the bog, and here I am.
That doesn't fully answer my question, though. What are you doing down here in this place? She gestures at, the rundown excuse for a village.
Well,
There's a settlement only a couple hours away from here. You could have just left.
well, I figured if there's any way of me getting home with what old Emerald Harold said, something about getting stronger and be a way to get back. I can't rightly do that on my own. Don't know this place too well, and well, trying to strike out on your own and strange new place ain't much you can do about that. figured best way to find my way back is, I'll see where the road takes us.
Quick question to Vorty. Do I know if it's possible to go back?
You would know that there's a lot of people who have tried, but you know, you don't really hear from them again, which could either mean they succeeded or they died. So either way, you don't have like evidence of it succeeding or failing. Like it's an unknown, yeah.
Now, I ain't much of a planeswalker, but if there's a way to get back, might as well figure out how to get to it. And plus, while I'm here, might as well kickstart reputation over here as well. Not too many folks know me, and my name and title rep from my home ain't gonna carry much weight unless I start doing a few jobs.
You suddenly sound like a mercenary, trying to build a reputation and all. I might be able to help with returning wherever you came from. Though we would probably need to reach the capital in order to get some help regarding that.
And when we had met, well, I'm sorry I drew on you. Yeah, when we bumped into each other, and well, kind of looking a little bit shaky and looking between everybody else who's just resting. Well, ain't much use beating around a dang bush, and if we're gonna be traveling together, ain't no point in hiding and stuff. Well, when you had mentioned you were, and he's kind of hesitating saying the word, a dragon. Where I'm from, there was a particular dragon who, well, let's just say dragons ain't got me and dragons don't necessarily get along. As Ace kind of goes into her dustacoat pocket, and inside of her cigarette butt, her box of cigarillos, I'll post the image that I drew. Aha, here we go. Yeah, you see a faded cigarillo card depicting a stylized image of a fearsome dragon with obsidian scales and a piercing red eye that stares into your very soul. The card seems to have been burnt and scrunched up with a sense of malice and disdain, and the lettering written in common still somewhat legible. Akul, the unrepented. Well, boss of right ornery group of desperados. Well, basically put my old town to the torch, as it were. And since then, most been shaky about dragons. I know you ain't y'all ain't the same, but it's just
I most certainly can't blame you for making the assumption. I've heard tales of some of my old relatives from my old world doing much the same, like you described.
and well, part of me figured, well, you being like a dragon, you all ain't the same. You're a small dragon. Maybe thought I could take my anger out on you a bit, but ain't got much use doing that. Ain't getting us nowhere.
Would be lucky if that pea shooter of yours could do anything to me.
Who you call? Don't. Now here's one thing. I ain't saying nothing about your toothpick. Now don't go disrespecting Lady Luck. Now you hear?
Alright.
Well, if you're trying to get all of us who's together, I suppose we could work with each other. After all, someone also gotta help look out for Roland. He's kind of like not giving you eye contact, but you feel like she also like she's being genuine, but trying to still look cool.
I would certainly appreciate the help. I can't say I can exactly take my squire with me on adventures like these. Not yet, at least. So having some help with Roland would be appreciated.
Also, if we're coming in with this, I'd expect good 30%, good 60-30% of the fame and glory. Hello.
How do you divide fame and glory? Valence is just like confused.
Simple. I get top billing of any valorous deeds. Ace Brimstone and her heroic cohorts. I'm still working on the names, real.
That I cannot agree with.
I ain't see you come up with any names, Miss great leader. The rider of Red Scales, the such and such.
The Draco Squadron.
That sounds stupid.
You mean stupid. It is the finest of names.
Hey, catchy. It's gotta have some. If we're gonna have a name, it's gotta have pizzazz. It's gotta give folks something to cheer and enemies to fear. Now, can't name ourselves the new slick shots because that's already taken.
Fine then, Signis, you're good at coming up with stuff. Come up with something cool.
Cygnus like ponders it for a moment.
Across the room.
Uh-huh.
He's like, what were you talking about? You just like see like he's holding like a number of pieces of paper that you don't know like what he's using them for.
Sounds
like
like
a
a
weird
cool
looking
name for
paper.
a squad.
He thinks about it for a moment. Maybe Sun Chasers, since we're always chasing a new dawn, on a better dawn for everybody else.
Honestly, that ain't half bad. It's got pizzazz. It's inspiring. Could make us a nice little banner.
Sun Chaser certainly works, considering half of us seem to have fire capabilities.
Alright then. I get 60%. I get 60% of any fame and proceeds to.
No, you do not.
Speaking
then.
of, speaking of, I have some things to hand out if anybody's willing.
What's that?
I don't think it's very useful for you since you're using firearms. I, unfortunately, have tried with my own. It's fairly useless when you're using it with a ranged weapon. However, I believe you may find this useful. Signis is going to put one of those pieces of paper into Valencia's hand, and so I'm just okay. So I'm not actually going to use one. What's it called? What? My brain's shitting itself. Can Cygnus demonstrate with one, but not actually use up one of these?
You can tear a little tiny corner of the paper.
Yeah.
What's it called? Go ahead.
So Cygnus tears off the tiniest corner of the paper, and he holds up his cane, and he says, "This, well, this is something that the church workshop from where I am from produced." As he runs the paper along the blade, and you see as it crackles with lightning.
Only for a second though, since it's just a portion of the paper. What's it called? You see as it kind of covers it, and then a second later disappears.
This you can use to affect your attacks, and charge them elementally for 3 attacks, X at the very least.
Fancy. I like it.
Wait, question. Is it considered a consumable?
Yes.
It is.
Okay, I can't do it as a friggin' infusion. However, Ace could possibly make it because it has a problem.
It requires Arcana proficiency, and Calligrapher supplies calligraphy is proficiency.
Actually, with one of Ace's infusions, she can technically get friggin' Calligrapher. She can get a tool proficiency.
Maybe you'll be able to craft some.
As Signis hands you a piece of frost paper, actually, He uses a bolt paper for example, but he hands you a piece of frost paper, which is cold damage.
Okay.
You show me how to make. That's a fancy little trick. Show me how to make those, and I might be able to try and replicate it.
Why, I certainly wouldn't mind teaching you at some point. I will note, however, that it is a bit of a secret of the church, so I would suggest, well, former church, but I would suggest that you just see as he winks, keep it a secret, of course.
Hey, I don't just go giving around trade secrets, so yeah.
Okay.
Signis is actually going, because I made 6 pieces of paper and used most of my souls. Signis is actually going to go up to Atlas and just also demonstrate, but then hand over a piece of fire paper and bolt paper.
Okay.
Interesting.
What's it called? Well, here's what we're gonna do. As you are handing out this, items, as you guys are doing your little crafting, repairing, and chatting over the course of this short rest, that is where we're going to be ending the session for today, because we're a little bit going over time a little bit. What's it called? But I want to thank you all for being here today and for playing through this segment. You guys, again, you keep surprising me with how you fucking tackle all of the things that I have ready. I actually was like, damn, they're probably gonna like rush all the way to the bottom of the fucking place, so I have to have the boss fight ready. But hey, pleasantly surprised with how, what the pace that you guys are going. What's it called? Before we end off things, I want to thank everybody who stuck around and, throughout the stream, and anybody who watched over the course of it. Shout outs once again to Sound Phenomenon for the background music you've been hearing for most of the session. As well, shout outs to all of our subscribers and viewers for being awesome. Thank you once again, y'all, for joining us for another session of Dark Souls Dirge of Drangleic. And we'll see y'all next time. Bye-bye.
See you guys around.
Bye-bye.
Adios.